Yo, hello. Hi. I'm still kind of promoting stream, but just give me a sec. I feel like I should just take a selfie or something. Hello, though. How's it going? My cat keeps trying to kill himself. Hello. I have it. Dude, I need to hold on. I need to change my stream setup here. I have my computer. Like, I have OBS is on the opposite stream, on the opposite screen from chat that it normally is. And also just took a shower and I'm all fucking wet still because I'm fully dry off. And it's going great. Yeah, the bread seemed to have worked. It's just been one of those days, you know? And it's like finally hot here. So it's just, yeah. Anyway, let me take the lighting is terrible. My hand is shaking. Oh god. Yeah, he's running through those 9 lives very quickly though. Holy shit. Also, I just checked Instagram for the first time in like a week, and I just realized that my last thing I posted got 1.4 mil views on it. And the last two are at like 0.5 mil or over 0.5 mil. Not me not checking Instagram and then blowing up on it. Thanks, guys. Glad you like Instagram finally again. It took long enough to fucking build that shit back up. It goes, it ebbs and flows. That's why I'm never that stressed whenever like my views are low, because it always comes back around. But also like I'm not wearing any makeup right now. I'm breaking out so bad, dude. Tea is kicking my ass. I've taken like 3 showers a day. It's ridiculous. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh right, getting the link. Oh god, my allergies too. Oh, allergies. Yeah, TikTok's out of the shadow ban for now. We'll see how long that lasts. It never lasts that long, so also I might have to go grab 1 or 2 things in a sec here, so patience. My hand's shaking so bad the picture's like blurry as fuck. Okay, let's try that again. That's not gonna work. Trying so hard not to shake my fucking hand. Oh my god. It's a little blurry, it's fine. It's okay, we'll live. Anyway, so we're not gonna draw. I put this in the art category. I'm not planning on doing any drawing today. I am planning on just working on lore. I will show you some of what I have drawn though. And for the one, I think I do want to do a little more in-depth character profiles on the ones I've finished drawing. So yeah. But yeah. Okay, hold on. Did a post. Oh, also I haven't checked to see, I might want to work on some brainstorming for TeddyChan stuff as well, because yeah. Okay, well I thought I was out of the shadow ban, but I guess fucking not, TikTok, damn. Okay, I'll post another draft to see if they like that better. I love how every time I go in my TikTok drafts, TikTok screams at me and it's like, you're accumulating too many drafts. Do you want to post some? And I'm like, girl, calm down. I am. Yeah, Munchie's okay. Let's see if this works. Sorry, I just got a notification pop up that, oh god, which video did they comment that on? Oh, I just got like a million comments from the same person, all the same comment, just saying, I love you, young femboy. I'm almost 30, leave me alone. What's happening? Anyway. We'll see if TikTok decides to hate me again. Anyway, oh wait, I didn't post the fucking, oh, Jesus Christ. I forgot to post to the story, the link. God damn it. No. Not the twin flames. The trauma, dude. The trauma. Okay. Alright. We'll see if that worked or if I'm now in the shadow realm again. Considering the one I just posted 10 minutes ago only has 40 views on it. And the other one I just posted, let's see. It's posted and just has 0 interaction. Wow. Alright, well maybe things unshadow ban after like a day or two. Okay, it has 4 whole views on it now. Meanwhile, let's just, for reference, the one that I posted on Instagram, 5 minutes later, 3,000 views. What is happening? It's so inconsistent. I don't understand. Anyway, whatever. So, wait, I wanted to check. Ooh. No, wait, I want to grab something, and then I will check and see if TeddyChan has been monetized or accepted yet. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. My glove, and I remembered to put my ring back on, so I always forget to put my fucking ring back on after a shower, dude. Anyway, glove equipped. Let me show you what I've done. So actually, no, focus. Also, what is on my desk? Dude, he ate glass earlier. Stresses me the fuck out. I look like Billie Eilish. See, Eilish. How? Whatever. People always say that. I don't see it. But I get that a lot, so it must be partially true. Also, let me. Now I'm in focus. You can see how chapped my lips are. Damn. Hold up. Chopstick. Okay. Yes, you can. You can have your birthday song tonight, but I will probably be streaming tomorrow, so. Not all of you pretending you don't know who Billie Eilish is. Is she Irish? Maybe that's why. No hablas español. None. Only English. And sometimes my English is shit. Okay, okay, TeddyChan. Let me check TeddyChan's email really fast. Nothing. Girl, come on. I want Fansly to verify TeddyChan's account. This is some bullshit. Ooh, but because I made TeddyChan's account, she's just like a normal account right now. I don't think you can like find her or follow her. Actually, wait. Oh wait, no, we're on. I was like, wait, we're on Fansly right now. I can have her come in chat. No, we're not on Fansly. Anyway, so I don't think, yeah, you can't, I don't think you can find her yet. Her @ is literally just TeddyChan. So it's just @TeddyChan. But I have everything set up that I could without being able to like actually set anything up yet. So yeah, we're just waiting on it to get verified. Nothing yet. Wah, boo. Boo. Okay, fine. I'll set up my art screen here so I can show you guys what I've drawn so far. Do I listen to rap? I do. Not really any new rap. I feel like I mostly listen to older rap, at least like older in the sense of like 2015 and older, not like 90s, although I do also listen to 90s, but I'm saying like it doesn't necessarily have to be as old as 90s. I'm going on a tangent. Anyway, nice. I feel like early is 1, 2, 3, mid is 4, 5, 6, and late would be 7, 8, 9. So I think it's the first one of late. SAR. We might do a little drawing because I was looking on Pinterest for, I drew my mom a thing for Mother's Day, and so I was looking on Pinterest for bases because I didn't have time to just draw something from full scratch. I needed a base because I was short on time. Anyway, I found some cute bases for like profiles. You'll see when I show you. But I was thinking we could maybe do something inspired by that for the character profiles. So we might do that, but otherwise, yeah. I'll show you what we got so far. Also, we have a Stephanie Sue. We have a Stephanie Sue video to listen to. I'm wondering if you guys want to do that during this stream or if you guys want to do that during a Teddy stream. Though I was thinking tomorrow could be a Teddy stream, because that way Teddy could work on a few things lewd wise, and it will give me practice because the next show I have to do, if you know, you know. So it would probably be TeddyChan, just so I can practice a little bit. So yeah, like Africa rap. I've probably heard some and I'd probably like it, but I can't name any artists off the top of my head. How lewd can I get on YouTube? I can get educationally lewd. I can get educationally lewd. I can't get super lewd, but like I can talk about the topics, no problem. I can't show anything. I can't show anything graphically sexual, even if it's a drawing. But for example, we've drawn all of my VTuber models on YouTube, and like when they're not wearing clothes, they are technically naked. You just don't draw like nipples or like details or anything. You just draw like the basic shapes, and then you won't get in trouble, but it's like it falls under educational or art. So yeah, so you can do that. But, and I mean, some people can get away with being much more graphically sexual with educational stuff, but like I think they do get partially flagged, and I'm just not even trying to test that shit. So yeah. Fair lemon. Exactly. What happened to my hand? It's a drawing glove. People always ask that. It's a drawing glove. But yeah, I'm really happy though. I wonder if I can show you guys my new outro on here. probably can't. Ugh, I'm excited to finish editing the first video that I finish editing. I'm gonna have like a mini update video for you guys on here before anything else. Because as I've told everywhere else, my hard drive is being worked on and I'm not getting it back for at least 3 months. That is the current wait time, is I'm getting it back in 3 months. And that's just gonna be for 3 folders that were on the hard drive. Anything else is gonna take longer than that. So, yeah, that's how badly corrupted it is. They're literally having to like go in there with like the equivalent of tweezers. Or maybe literally two, I don't know. Anyway, it's super fucked and corrupted, and they were like, haha, so what do you really need off of this? Because, and of course I need the biggest folders off of it, so it's gonna take 3 months. But I have my computer, my other computer is back, and it's upgraded, so I will be moving stuff over there partially as well. I'm gonna probably just have a backup on both computers at this point. But I think I'm gonna edit stuff on here for now. Anyway, I made a new outro. I'm happy. The vlogs are on pause because they're all on the hard drive. But my update for 2-year transition and just general life update, work update video I will have up for you guys. It's like 30 minutes maybe. What else? I don't think there's anything else. What is the question? Ooh. I didn't know there was gonna be a Pee-wee documentary. That sounds good. I don't really have anything I'm super looking forward to right now. The next season of Invincible, but that's not gonna be for a minute, unfortunately. Oh. Ooh. That's fun. We should watch that. Okay, anyway, let me show you. Ooh. I want to click that. Let me show you what I got so far. Oh man, it's there. It is. There it is. All right. As you can see, I haven't done this re-sketches for like half of them, so I'm not even gonna that's just whatever. I'll show you the ones that I have done so far. So this one I completed first. It's a redesign of this character. I'm redesign well, not necessarily a redesign. I'm just kind of like tweaking the design a bit and like fleshing it out a bit more and kind of upgrading it. Also because this was a fucking like what I did these like as like 20-minute sketches that we just threw together on stream, so I'm finally, and they're like 200 pixels by 200 pixels, so it's like yeah, so this is the full 3000 by 3000 pixel version of the character that I'm doing. Yeah, the whole character here. So this is the first one. I can show you the speed paints in a second. Oh my god. I kind of fucked up because, so I did this first one and I really like how it turned out, but I realized after I colored 2 more, I completely changed how I was coloring the eyebrows. I'm like trying to keep how I'm coloring these like slightly consistent, but I keep forgetting how how many layers of which things I did, especially for the shading. Like in this one where I was putting way more effort into it, you can tell there's like there's like a secondary layer of highlight, not just like the main layer of like super bright highlight, but there's like a secondary layer of like this pinkish purple highlight going on, and anyway, I don't do that for the next 2, so just I think it still looks good. I just listen. I don't know. Also, did I color her hair? I did not mean to. Okay, that shouldn't. Okay, hold up. Hold up. This should not be colored right here. What is going on? Why did I color this? That shouldn't be filled. Ah. Girl. Okay, this should not. Okay. Yeah, that's what the hair is supposed to look like. Oh god, did I do that anywhere else? I literally forgot to draw this entire section of hair at first. Anyway, you'll see that in the speed paint. Okay, anyway, back to this. So this is the first one I did. Isn't she so cute? Okay, this is the second one. Oh my god, he's so cute. I kind of I didn't really redo how I added little thing. I changed the clothes a little bit. For her, I changed how her mouth is a little bit. I pretty much took out all of the like lips because I decided I just wanted to do like classic anime mouth styles because it's just easier. So we're doing that instead. But yeah, also I gave him a little tooth. I don't think, yeah, he didn't have a tooth before. I gave him a little tooth because I thought that was cute. Also, I originally did the little like bloops in the background white, but then I was like, I kind of want them to be reflecting their color palette a bit. That's what I did with the first one. So I'm doing that with the rest. So then there's this one too. And I was having more fun with color in this one, as you can see. I switched up her color palette a little, and like I'm enjoying doing the like kind of like overlay highlight lighting in the hair. I saw like Chinese artist on TikTok had a tutorial, and that was one of their things they did on hair, and I was like, that looks really good. So I'm doing that for all the characters because it's fun. Like that's why she has like pink under here, and he's got blue, and then she's got the orange on like the bangs. It's like orangey pink. Anyway, I thought it would be fun. Also, I added little pink, what do I want to say, bow tie? It's hair bow. What? Okay, anyway, I added little hair bows, pink hair bows as well, and I changed her mouth too because like this just there's too much happening here, so I did just a little. She looks a little less nervous. I feel like she still looks the same amount of nervous, but it's more in her eyes now instead of her mouth, and I feel like that's a little bit more appropriate. I'm turning 30 in September, so that's how old I am. So yeah. And then I have a few sketches done so far. I kind of changed his face a little bit too. I just felt like he should look more sheepish than... I don't know if I was going for smug before, but it wasn't really coming off as smug, so I just went for sheepish instead. Because he's supposed to be this one's twin, so I feel like it makes sense. Or wait, is he supposed to be that one? Shit, I forget at this point. Anyway, we'll figure that out when we go work on the lore. Anyway, this is this redesign. I haven't decided how I want to do the colors yet, or like what other hues I'm gonna add. I'm kind of feeling like this one should have like a yellow hue added to it, maybe. I don't know. This one also I kind of redid. I decided she should be holding like a little book instead, kind of make her more studious looking, because I was going for the studious with just the glasses before, and also I changed the type of glasses. I felt like they were blocking her eyes too much, so I made them the open frames because I wanted them to be like this on her face, but like even when like I'm doing this with these and they don't even have lens, but they like, it blocks the eyes too much. Got rid of that. Yeah. Also changed her mouth. What else did I change here? Hair's pretty much the same. I kind of made it look more like it's in an updo though. I wasn't sure if I wanted it to actually be an updo. It's like kind of like a high-low situation, you know? Yeah, I changed her outfit a little. She's just wearing like a sweater now. Because I felt like that made more sense. Yeah. I don't know what her color accent's gonna be either. I'm kind of feeling like purple. I'm kind of feeling like purple would work, but I want to just stay away from doing orange for all of them because my instinct is to do orange and pink for all of them. I can't do orange and pink for all of them. Thank you, welcome. Thank you very much. And then we've got this one redrawn. Really happy with how the redraw of this one is. I kind of hated the design originally. Like, he just looks awkward and, like, scrunched into himself. I don't know why I drew it like that. It looks... I don't know. It was a quick sketch. Whatever. Redid his type of glasses. I know I just went on that whole thing about how it was blocking the eyes, but I feel like for him, he's kind of hiding behind them, so that works. Whereas she's not. She's just using them for, like, a purpose. Changed his mouth around because, or actually, did we make them non-binary? I'm gonna just say they. I can't remember what we decided. Anyway, changed their mouth around because it was just giving blowjob lips too much. I just still tried to make the shrugged shoulders vibe, but not like as buried. Also I made the hair like a little more messy. I felt like that was good. And, yeah, that's all I've changed on that one. Did I do another sketch? I don't think I've done it. Nope. These are the ones I have left to do. I've got her. Oh, I should have just... I've got her, which I'm excited to do. I've got... Oh, I did it again. Nope. Okay. I've got... Son of a bitch. Okay, I've got him. Actually, maybe he's the twin. Girl, you know what? We're just gonna... Oh, but here's what I was saying about this. I found this on Pinterest. I like this as like maybe the character profile. So we might make a template for that using this as inspiration. That way they can have like little like things about them, like things they like. We can kind of flesh them out a bit more visually. Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited to work on this because yeah, this person on whatever platform they originally posted this on, good base, good shit. Thank you for the inspiration. Anyway, the lore. Let's get high first before we work on this. Yeah, this is the story route. Us planning it out. As you can tell, we have a lot to plan. Okay, fuck the plot. We don't need the plot. These are our main bitches, okay? These are the main four. So I've done 3 of the main 4. I have one more to go. Okay, yeah, no, this is not... Puck is not. Sage is the goth one's twin. Those ones are twins. Wait. Right? Shit. Wait. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Fuck. Yes. No. Sigi. Okay, yeah, they are non-binary. Oh, but they use all genders, so they use all pronouns, so we're safe. We're good. We're good. I did not misgender my own character. We're safe. Gets canceled for misgendering my own character. Let's see. See, I didn't even shade these ones yet. Oh yeah, these two are dating. You are Sage's twin. You are Sage's twin. Okay. I knew there was a twin happening. We haven't even colored you yet. Sorry, Queen, you look like an alien right now. No aliens. We're elves. Elf college. Elf college. It's an elf. Wait, is it? Did I even? Yeah, elf college. Okay. Oh no, it's been so long, chat. Okay, we need to refamiliarize ourselves with the lore. Oh no, I'm forgetting my own lore. Oh god, okay. It's because I have too many different plots happening. Because I have this lore to keep track of, I have TeddyChan's lore to keep track of, I have TeddyChan's lore to keep track of, and then I also have our series that we're working on to keep track of. And eventually, all of these things will actually have progress made on them. TeddyChan is having progress made. Actually, wait, I think I can show, I have to close this until I get to the, hold on, let me get to the photo. I showed this on the other stream, but it wasn't like, oh wait, that's not. I can show you like 2 sketches and a finished drawing. Because it's not like fully lewd, it's more of just like suggestive. I guess this one's a little more lewd than the others, but here, I'll show you. Okay. Ta-da! We have Teddy in all of her lighting study glory. I'm still not entirely sure if I'm happy with is it the line art that's throwing me off? I don't know, but as you can see, I did the hair thing again. It's very fun. I suggest doing that to your hair of your characters. I like it. But yeah, so this is the type of Teddy content you will be getting. You'll be getting HD versions. Probably with download links to the full photos. But yeah, that's the other thing I want to, so 2 things that we're working on today. 1, which we might work on Teddy stuff first, just because that'll be a much shorter thing to work on. I want to figure out what Teddy's tiers are and what we should maybe make her Fansly look like. Like, what is that even gonna be? Like, what type of content? Is there a schedule? What is the plan there? Second, we're gonna work more on fleshing out the characters that we have for the dating sim, as well as trying to get some more like plot points or lore in general of any of it mapped out. So yeah. Right, Triangle, is that you? Listen, it's a good shape. It's a good shape for poses. I just, again, used an image of myself as the base. That's the best thing. That's the best advice I have for anyone who wants to draw. Take a photo of yourself in the position you would like it to be drawn in. And then use that. Goodbye, I'll see you in the replay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to leave. But yeah, 4 years, let's go. Hell yeah. You know what was crazy? As I was looking at my TeddyChan artwork the other day, and I was realizing that some of it's like 5 years old, and I was like, oh my god, I've had TeddyChan going for so long now. So fun. Yay. Also, I'm like, partially, I'm like, on one hand, I'm like, I hope more people learn about her and follow her, because I want more people to get the art and subscribe to the Fansly when we make it. And at the same time, I kind of like that she's super niche and just has her own community and doesn't interact with the general like VTubing community at all. Kind of enjoy that. Kind of like how small it is. But like, I don't want to shoot myself in the foot, so I don't want to be like, let's keep it there. Like, I'll be happy if she gets growth, but at the same time, you guys know me and my love for tiny streams. It's always my favorite. So, because I can't talk to more than 100 people at a time. This just gets to too many, and people get weird. And I just like having the tiny streams, but yeah. I don't even know what is time. But then at the same time, I'm like, only 5 years? I feel like, did I have Teddy before COVID? Or was that during COVID? When did I... My sense of time is actually so trash. Because COVID was over 5 years ago. What the hell? That feels like it was yesterday. That's weird. Anyway. Whew. I don't know. If Teddy has a scandal. Wait. What if we like made up fake VTuber drama for Teddy? Did you guys see that one VTuber who created an entirely fake agency just to create like fake friends for herself that were other VTubers that she just was also voicing, and then she faked like dying? That's crazy. What the fuck? But anyway, I could make someone a fake person that Teddy is in beef with. That would be funny. Didn't who did that? Someone did that. I know some VTuber made like a fake agency to have beef with, but I don't remember who it was. Was I able to get married officially in the US? I'm engaged still. I haven't gotten married yet. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it was either Pippa or... Who was it? It feels like something Pips would do. Because she's chaos incarnate. Why is this so... Okay. Anyway, let me hide and then I will show you the other sketch. It says also like not lewd. I kind of want to draw the dresses see-through though, so it might become lewd when I render it. As of now, it's not lewd. I feel like it is still suggestive though. This one was kind of just like me testing out stuff though. And then I drew a bear. Yeah, I already had TeddyChan stuff when I won. This has been a minute. It's been a minute. Oh yeah, I don't think, okay, so I've been offline as fuck, so I don't know exactly what's going on with the Amaranth thing, but from what I've seen, she's just continuing to fake shit for views and attention, and that's pretty much all that it is what it seems like. She's just causing more fake drama because she was falling off, because people stopped giving a shit about her. Yeah. Lemon, she didn't have different voices. That's how she was caught, was her voice was almost identical for all of the different characters, and it was like really obvious in hindsight. Like if you overlay like the laughs and stuff and like the talking, it's the same person. She's just kind of putting on a different voice, but you can tell it's the same person. It's just that she was such a small VTuber, nobody was paying attention. Like, and then people were like, no, she died, or she claimed that she died, and then she was like, no, actually I had a heart attack, but I survived it. But they like told you guys I was dead, cause like they didn't know, but they knew you had a heart attack. I don't know, girl, I don't know what she was thinking. Anyway, I suspect that person might be like a minor, because that would explain a lot. If that person's like 15, 16, I think that would explain everything that's going on here. However, she did scam people, although she did pay them back, or at least tried to. She did scam people. She kind of got some artists in a lot of shit who made her some stuff, and she like preyed on people's sympathies because she was claiming that she was like super fucking disabled and on her deathbed when she fucking wasn't. And she took advantage of people who actually were on their deathbed, who were like, oh my god, I'm going through the same thing, finally a VTuber who gets me. All for it to just be fake. But if she's a kid, that makes a lot more sense. Also, she like tripled down on it. I think she eventually admitted, but she doubled and tripled down on that shit before like kind of owning up a little bit. Yeah, I can't remember her name. Yeah, she thought she was Iron Rose. Like, I don't even, it's, yeah. She literally went from having like the same number of like stream views as I have right here, to after she faked her death, the next stream that they had like announcing her death, which wasn't even her, it was like them doing a stream announcing it, had 77,000 live viewers. That would just stress me the hell out. That is my worst nightmare. No. Logging on to stream and there's 77,000 people. No, I don't want that. Oh my god. Like, get away from me. I would just immediately turn on followers only, like subscriber only mode. Fuck that. Like, nah, I'm okay. Thank you, though. Like, just start talking about how much I hate British people so that everyone leaves. Ah. Exactly. That's so many people. Anyway. Like, the most I've ever had on stream was like 6K. That was back on MFC. And that sucked. Sucked so much. Oh my god. That's not surprising. I bet they were not even talking to chat, though, to be fair. Okay, let me show you. I have one more sketch I can show you that's not too lewd. Booty. I put her in like a little suit, bodysuit. Yeah. Okay. Those are all the sketches that I can show you that are not lewd. Anyway, actually, well, no, I'm just... Oh. I can show you the pixel art. Here, okay, I can show you pixel art. Oh my god. And then it moves. Oh my god. So I can make little lo-fi videos for Teddy. I kind of fucked up the rain. I don't know what layer I fucked up on, but I was just like, whatever. It like glitches for a sec. But like the clouds keep moving. I don't know. Yeah, we're just not gonna talk about it. Oh, you can definitely get away with stuff. I'm just not trying to risk it. MFC does have mods, yeah. But, like, nobody was prepared for that. It's because someone did this thing where, like, back on the day with MFC, you could do this thing where you could, like, boost a certain person on MFC onto like all of the like MFC banners that would show up as a pop-up on like porn sites. You know how like when you don't have ad block, there's pop-ups, or like there's the banner that's like built in or whatever, like the Google AdSense type thing, but obviously it's not Google AdSense when it's porn, but you know what I'm talking about. Someone like paid, I don't even know how the fuck they did that. There was like a thing for the big tippers or whatever. There was, oh god, I do not miss that site. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, strip poker, let's go. But yeah, this one I'll just put music over or something. Yeah. No, they are sometimes. The ones for MFC, at least, are absolutely real. It was like a hot singles in your area type of a situation ad, except it wasn't like hot singles. It was like, come chat with like hot girls that are live, you know. Anyway, oh, there it is. Okay. Load. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull up our plot here. Should we work on Teddy? Actually, I'll move this later, but let me just. Just screen size. Let's brainstorm a little, I think. But yeah. Oh my god, that is diabolical! How could they do them like that? Ah! That
I think mine was like hot gamer girls want to talk to you or something like that, because it got posted as a pop-up on like porn, the porn game sites mostly. So yeah, I got a shit ton of people off that. It was crazy. I still don't know how they did that. I still have no idea. I use an iPad Air. I really am gonna not have an Air. I'm getting not an Air next time, because like, as much as I do like the Air, it has annoying limitations on how many layers I can have in Procreate and how big my canvases can be. And when I'm making VTuber models, I need more layers. Oh my god. Ah! There's not enough layers. And it's so annoying. Like, let's see how many layers we got. Yeah, we only have 133 layers available on a 2000 by, like, yeah, but with those dimensions, it's fucked up. Anyway. I don't mind the screen size. I actually like the size of the iPad. That's part of why I enjoy the Air. But I just need it to be a little more processing power. Ooh. Okay, I don't know if that's what we use for tier names, but I like all of those names, Gene, so I'm writing it down. Oh gosh, this is a bigger pen than I was expecting. Okay. Ignore my chicken scratch. That's just gonna be happening. Except I think it will actually be spelt like this, because honey bunkin is where Teddy is from. Free egg. What? Okay, wait. Why are people screaming outside? Did we want to listen to the Queen video? I forgot these don't have lenses. Just poke myself in the fucking eye. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can pull the Queen up. Like, can I have... Let me see if I can do this. Okay. We have a almost 2-hour video of her going over the first week of the jury selection in the Diddy trial. So that's what I've been very excited to watch with you guys, because she has been posting live updates like during her lunch breaks while she's been at court. And yeah, I think we'll be okay, actually. I think we'll be okay. I think we can do it. I think that we can. I believe us. Also, the next thing we're gonna do is try to draw up a template after this, so It'll be doing some kind of simple planning, and then along with that, it will be a bit of drawing. So I kind of lied. We are drawing a little bit. It might take longer, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make for the queen. All right. Let me just... I'm gonna pull up the video so we can literally watch it while we're watching. And here is a link. Not that she really needs my help getting views, but yeah. Ugh. Let's see if I can get this. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna put it up here, I think. Down here. Where should I put it? I'll put it up here. This should be an okay spot. That should work. Is that good? Is that a good spot? I do watch anime, although I'm super behind on everything right now. It's being dumb. True. No! Slander! God damn it. Alright, and then let me know. I'll start playing it and then let me know how the volume is. I will count down so that you can play along if you want to, but yeah. Alright. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, play.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Let me know how the volume
Tuesday,
is.
May 6th.
How's the volume?
I walk into this room in New York City. I'm already nervous. My plane was delayed. I was supposed to be here yesterday. The room itself is so daunting. It's huge. It feels like it could fit 100 people, 200 people. I have no spatial
You're watching
awareness.
Sword
It
Art
feels
for the
like
first
a
time?
cathedral church without the peaked ceilings. The ceilings are tall. They're made out
To
of
go
wood.
back and watch
and everything about
for the first
it
time.
feels like you cannot
Cool.
talk
Nice.
above a whisper. So right when you walk in through the double doors, you've already walked through this like carpeted hallway where
Okay.
you can hang your coat. Double doors.
So let me write
up.
down things that we
There's
need to
two
brainstorm
retired law
here.
enforcement officers next to you. They're wearing bulletproof vests.
They're retired?
Yes, and now this is their job. So all of them are retired law enforcement. And the first thing you notice are church pews. Just rows and rows of church pews. You got the left side and the right side. And then above
Pull up her
that, and
account
I'm just
really
trying to
fast.
paint a picture. There are 10 massive chandeliers. Huge lights, but chandeliers makes it sound very fancy and there's crystals hanging off of it. They look like the ceiling boot lights everybody hates. But they're huge. I don't even think I could hold it with my arms all the way stretched out. And there's 10 of them. So to give you scale of this room, it's grand. Interestingly enough, magnifying
Why
these
does it
ceiling
do
boot
this
lights
every time?
tenfold actually does make them look prettier. So there's 10 of them lined up in rows of 2 right above the church pews.
Why
So
does it
5
always
on the
do
right
that?
side, 5 on the left side. And then you have this like wooden little barricade, like a little wooden fence. I mean, you could easily jump
Why?
over it. There's
Why
a
does it
little door,
hate me?
but beyond that,
You
there's
see
more
nothing. There
rows
was
and
nothing. It was
rows
hiding
of
behind
seating.
chat.
But they have
It's okay.
computers and they have better chairs with cushions. And then at the very
Like, why
front
is
of the
that even
room,
on
you have
here? I
this
specifically
podium
made it so
and
that
this
wasn't on
rope
here.
painting. It's a massive artwork that takes up the whole wall, and it's made out of rope that's been tied together, and it's different colors, and it's probably 2 of me standing tall. The church pews are just rock solid wood. You know it's good wood, but every time you inch your butt, you feel like the whole pew is vibrating. You can feel other people moving, and by hour 4,
Dude, I hate
everybody's inching their
courtrooms.
butts because it's so sore from the solid wood pew. And it's awkward because almost everyone just sits on one side. Now, this is going to probably change on Monday, but during jury selection, we're all seated pretty much on the right side.
So the left is empty?
The left side has a few people, but barely any. So we're all gathered on the right side, and we're not even condensed to like, oh, single file, let's fill out the first few rows. We're all scattered around the right side. So at the very front row, you have the court sketch artist. And they're going to be looking at Diddy diagonally. So he's sitting right in front of the left side row of the pews. And so we get like a diagonal from behind view of Diddy.
I see.
So the court sketch artists are at the front. There's about 2 to 3, and they have, I didn't know it was this big because when I look online.
See, this is why it works that we're watching the Queen, because I need to
like 2 feet. It's not canvas. It's
figure out
like
some shit first. Anyway.
Oh.
And they have chalk. They have pastels. They have the surgeon binoculars that they put on
Need to
their
look
head
at a creator
to stare
dashboard.
into
An actual
Diddy's
creator
soul.
dashboard.
Yeah, I guess. They're trying to get all the details of every defense attorney, the judge, the prosecutors of Diddy. And then behind them, you have a few empty rows and then like a few scattered people. These appear to be people associated with Diddy's legal team or supporters of Diddy, aka his friend was there. So his family aren't there yet. They're going to show up for opening statements, but they're not here for jury selection. One friend is there. He was sitting 2 rows in front of us. And then you have the in-house.
Was he the one
yes.
wearing the free Diddy shirt?
Yeah. He was pleasant. He didn't really talk to anybody, but yeah, he was sitting there. And then behind him, you have the court reporters. And then behind that row, you've got us, members of the press. That's where I was sitting. And when you get there, you sit down. It feels intentionally uncomfortable. And you're just sitting on this rock solid pew. And the one saving grace of this entire place is there's massive windows that are covered in sheer curtains. So you can't really see out. But if you do take a peek, it's the most beautiful view of New York City and the Hudson River. But nobody's looking outside. We're staring at this one door near the front of the courtroom because that is where Sean Diddy Combs is going to walk out of. The man on trial for racketeering, 2 counts of sex trafficking, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. It's interesting because when he walks in, his presence is kind of like a shrug. My researchers and I were staying up all night. We're trying to find analogies because there's no cameras allowed, and I want you guys to get not even just like the visual, because clearly you guys know what Diddy looks like, but the feeling that I personally got, it's like a shrug. When someone walks into a party, there's a few ways that people react. I feel like the first way is, oh my God, who is that? Who is that person? And people start asking, and you're like, oh, that's that person. And then you have times where people walk in, you look at your friends, and you just go, you just shrug, like, I don't know who that person is. Do you know who that person is? I don't know why they just walked in here.
I'm gonna look at some of the
It's just very
other VTubers
unassuming.
accounts
There's no
and see
strong presence.
what they're
He
doing.
just walks in.
So it wasn't as intense as you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, there was nothing.
Less presence.
Way less presence, because you hear all these reports about how he does have this very magnifying, electrifying star power. None of that. But there is a lot of tension. And it's interesting because this room is massive, but all of the tension, all of the energy is just lopsided to the front of the courtroom, because that is where the judge, the prosecutors, the defendant, Sean Diddy Combs, the defense team, they're all there. And at some point during the many hours that you sit there, it kind of starts feeling like a one-way window or a one-way mirror. I overheard some people say it feels kind of like we're watching a movie or we're watching fish in an aquarium. There's no interaction between the 2 sides of the room. There's no conversation, obviously. There's nothing. It just feels like we're watching something that maybe we're not even supposed to be watching. Like we're silent flies on the walls, and we have to be silent, and we can't comment, and no one's talking, and we don't exist to them.
That's interesting.
It's it feels like an invisible force field in the middle of the room. Just boom, there's the force field.
Yeah, because like when you're even in public, you don't want to stare at people.
No, but all of us are just staring down.
I wonder if that's why it feels so intriguing, because you're not supposed to staring at someone.
Yeah.
Like analyzing everything they're doing in
and you know
person.
what's crazy? I did catch myself staring so intently because I'm jotting down notes and I'm watching because I want to make sure that I get all my notes accurately, right? So I'm staring up like this. And then I made eye contact with someone who works at the court, and it is very weird. I did feel like I'm breaking social norms.
Yeah.
And it feels very uncomfortable. It feels like a force field. And then all of a sudden, it breaks. Because Diddy will turn around or tilt his head, and he will stare back. And this is a man, and my researchers warned me because
the
their flight
fucking
did not get
whoever
delayed.
was
So they
the
came on
artist
Monday,
in the
and they
court,
said,
though.
it's not like he's looking at one person specifically. I mean, I'm sure he's looking at his friend. I'm sure he's looking at the people that he works with. But it's not like he's looking at the members of the press. Like, he doesn't really care about the members of the press like that. He's not like, hey, that one person, I'm going to stare at you. But he will look at all of the members of the press. Sometimes,
like one by one.
Yes, it feels like one by one. Now, it's not like he can spend a lot of time looking. It feels like he's doing maybe a few faces, and then he'll wait, turn around, do another few faces. I would say I could count many a times I felt I made eye contact with Diddy, and I'm not saying this as like he was specifically looking at me, right? But it's just he's trying to see who's in the courtroom. And the way he makes eye contact, I think that was more jolting. His presence was a shrug, but his eye contact is very intense. He reminds me of someone who just does not break eye contact. It feels like he's staring into your soul. There was one point where I thought I was going crazy, and I looked at my researcher who's sitting behind me, and she was like, she's mouthing, what? There was once where he's looking in maybe me, the person next to me, or the person to my right, and he just wouldn't look away, to the point where I felt like all of us started looking away first.
Wow.
You know, we were talking to other people, and there were a lot of people that felt similarly. It feels very challenging when he looks at people. It doesn't feel like zoning out. It doesn't feel like, I wonder why these people are here. It feels challenging. That's the best word.
Is he doing this on purpose here, or is this how he always?
I don't know him. I personally feel like this is how he is. I don't think that he's like cares about the members of the press that much.
This is just how he always looks at someone.
Yes.
He holds his eye contact and he doesn't break it.
No. It feels like he sizes up everyone. And it's not even like we're important or anything to him, but it just is very interesting. So this is week 1 of jury selection for the Diddy trial.
I think it's crazy that she actually got into it. Like, there's only so many people that actually got into the trial. It's crazy that her and 2 of her researchers got in. That's so cool.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Lingo to support the Joyful Heart Foundation. They're working to transform society's response to SA, DV, and CA. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team and allow our team to travel to New York City to attend the trial. We'd also like to thank our listeners for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers before we get started. Regarding content warnings, there are themes of SA and DV. Secondly, certain portions and quotes have been shortened and condensed and or combined for brevity. Now, third, this is a very thick disclaimer, but Sean Combs is presumed innocent until proven guilty. The burden of proof is the responsibility of the prosecution. Everything reported on in this episode and throughout the trial is public information. Any descriptions or observations that I will tell you, like this is what I saw, regarding the defendant are personally noted by myself or my 2 researchers who were present in the courtroom. In person, seeing these things happen in real time with our own eyes, that's what we're telling you. But just because we feel something and see something does not mean that our experience and statements are valid reflections.
The long ass disclaimer.
Our interpretations of random things that we saw in the courtroom are our own opinions and are shared for the purpose of reporting on current events because they don't allow cameras. None of this should be used as a definitive source for how someone feels
I'm trying to
about
break
Diddy, and
these
especially
sections
not
down
for
into
deciding if he
smaller
thinks he's innocent or
sections
guilty,
so that we
especially as
can.
the trial is ongoing. So with that being said, let's jump into a super brief recap. We did 4
I think the
deep dives
researchers are
into
just
Diddy's
her
case in
team.
2024 after his arrest. Part 1, we cover the FBI raids of his mansions, the leaked hotel security footage of Diddy allegedly physically assaulting Cassie, his girlfriend at the time, and multiple accusations from victims allegedly harmed at Diddy's infamous so-called freak-off parties. In part 2, we cover Diddy's history and lore, including allegations against Diddy's son, their yacht parties, the untimely death of Diddy's ex-partner and mother to his children, Kim Porter. Part 3 was an interesting one. It covers a lot of different connections that people have made between Diddy and 13 people who have mysteriously passed away, including Biggie, Tupac, and the 1999 City College incident that killed several people in a crowd crush at an event promoted by Diddy himself. Then in part 4, we went over the rumored Diddy's list, which includes all the internet allegations about celebrity friends who internet users believe may be connected to Diddy's infamous freak-off parties. And now, starting Monday, May 12th, we're going to be doing daily episodes. daily updates on Diddy's trial. There are no cameras, no live streaming allowed in federal courtrooms. There's no way to really get that type of information. We can't even bring our phones or laptops in. Everything is even just hand notes. It's very serious. He is facing 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking, 2 counts of transportation across state lines for the purpose of sex work. Diddy has rejected a plea deal, and he is facing a maximum sentence of life imprisonment if found guilty on all charges. So this past week, was jury selection. Opening statements are projected to start Monday. And in some sense, it kind of is.
It would be
Diddy
so
fighting
hard
for
to be a
his
juror.
life. There will be multiple
On this
in-person
specifically?
witness testimonies, including Cassie,
Mother's Day was okay.
Diddy's
It was fun.
ex-girlfriend from the hotel video, and we will be giving you
It
guys
was
daily updates
chill.
on all of that as well. So with that
Gotta
being
hang
said,
out
let's get started.
with
I think the only thing that matters
my
in the
mom
courtroom,
and grandma
I was doing so much research about
and
this
aunt.
before we went into jury selection.
All of
Not
them
we,
are
but-
moms.
is that the 12 people that are on the jury, this is the only thing that really matters, is that they like the defendant more than they like the prosecutors, or vice versa. That's what the government, that's what the defense are trying to do. Does this person like us maybe a little bit more than they like the other person? Obviously, that's very simplified. But is it? Some jury experts believe trials can be won
I'm
or
having
lost
Kit Kat.
in jury selection. The first week, the
I
first
might
few
grab
days.
another drink
I was
because
watching
my
a
drink
ton
is
of videos,
dead.
reading articles written by attorneys, and I find it fascinating that most of them say jury selection is not
It's a
about
dating
selecting a
sim.
juror. It's about deselecting jurors. One jury expert
Okay, let me
puts it
run
like
in the other room and grab
You're
a
trying
drink.
to get rid of the jurors who are going to ruin your case
really
and will
fast.
not be receptive to your arguments.
And then we'll start breaking
Don't
this down.
focus on jurors you want. Focus on jurors you don't want. But in that same regard, you have to ask yourself, if I try to get this person out of the jury, am I going to have a less desirable potential juror replace them? Other attorneys candidly write on Reddit, pick your leaders and pick your sheep. That's the rule that I live by. You need 4 people who you think you can really speak to, and they got to be leaders.
Have a water.
And they're going to listen to you, and then later when they deliberate, they're going to lead the followers to the answer that you want.
Wasn't one of the latest addition
Nah,
to Diddy's team
monsters aren't my favorite.
Yes, a jury consultant.
So her whole job is this.
Yes.
Is it?
That's all she's doing. And she does that for
That would make
many
sense,
trials.
actually.
Now, others say, pick your leaders. Yeah, that's true. But also pick them wisely. You want strong thinkers, strong leaders that are great at advocating and leading conversations. That also
I would
like
be the
you.
worst
But
juror.
you don't want strong
I'm way too stubborn.
According to one attorney, strong-willed
Every time I've gotten
domineering
called for
jurors
jury duty, they
are
kick
the
me out
most
immediately.
dangerous because they try to drag the others with them. Letting one of these into your jury can ruin the entire
That
jury.
would be me.
Pay attention to the degree of certainty and confidence in which they respond to questions. If in any way, it's not even about the question being asked, because a lot of the questions being asked during jury selection are very repetitive. Are you going to be able to not be biased? Yes, you saw the hotel video, but are you going to be able to put that aside and not be biased? The questions
No.
themselves don't say a lot, but attorneys say it's the way the jurors answer the questions. If in any way they exhibit a tendency to challenge the question, strike them, get them out. One jury consultant
I've
says
been called twice.
trials aren't completely won and lost in jury selection, but all lawyers acknowledge it's a big part of winning. Pick the perfect jury and your job gets so much easier. Make some mistakes in jury selection and you're essentially down 10 points with a minute to go, because how jurors' brains work matter more than how you present the case. I believe that is the most important phase of the trial. To which one famous jury consultant says, jurors are not empty cups. You know, they're not little empty cups where lawyers get
I
to
do
pour
think
their
jury
information
selection
in
is
from both
fascinating,
sides
though.
and see which one they like. Jurors serve
And
as
I would
filters.
want to be picked,
The way they
but I
process
just
the
never would be
information
because
distorts
I am
some of the
far too
evidence
certain and far too
before
biased.
arriving to their decision. Basically saying, it doesn't really matter how good your case is if someone has such a strong fundamental bias against your case that you did not catch during jury selection, you might as well quit and move to Florida and change your government name, because you're not going to be able to
thinking
convince them. That's how these attorneys
of-
describe it. Surveys done on jurors, a lot of them.
How exactly
they
I want to
actually
set
start
up
forming
Teddy's
opinions
tiers.
on everyone in that courtroom. I mean,
I'm thinking I might do
obviously
different tiers
before
for
the
different
pews.
things,
everyone in the
and then have a
courtroom,
separate tier
before the trial
that gets
begins.
access to all of it.
They're typically looking at, a lot of the times, the prosecutors and the defense attorneys, and obviously the defendant. They're typically looking for competent, energetic, organized attorneys who seem appreciative, patient, sympathetic, good listeners. They're looking for a pleasant presence, not the shrug presence that Diddy brought. But I don't think they care for that for him. progressively as the days go on, Diddy does.
Because I'm not really gonna set it up until I have the content.
He's wearing a white collared shirt, dark navy sweater on top. It's your very typical court defendant outfit. His hair is grayish white. And the way that my researcher describes it the very first day, because his demeanor does change a little bit the second day, she says, this is not Puff Daddy. This is a man named Sean Combs. This is a 55-year-old man with probably a bad left knee, which I would say is very accurate. There were multiple times throughout the first week of trial where either Diddy starts slapping his left knee under the table, like just really slapping it. It's not loud, but you can see like he's slapping it or chopping it. Or where there's brief moments where everybody stands up and stretches.
Yeah, I want to do it differently than the main one, I think.
Specific left knee. He'll like lift it up in a 90-degree angle and kind of move it in circles and then back
switch
down.
it up.
I digress. Now, since cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, I think the courtroom sketches, they're incredible. I think there's some debate about them online. I think they're beyond the scope of my capabilities, so I can't say anything. But sometimes maybe it's my brain rot frontal lobe. I just have a hard time trying to picture him from the courtroom sketches. Like even during his previous court appearances, I just couldn't understand what he looked like. So we have an edited picture for you. This was done using Photoshop. This is not like an AI generated image. It's literally a photo of Diddy. And by we, I mean the RM team members who actually know how to use Adobe, unlike me. He does look pale. He looks like he could use a lot more vitamin D, but it's not like he can put in a request for that. A lot of people say that he's lost weight.
That edit!
I think that he gained quite a bit of weight before getting arrested, and compared to that timeline, he did lose weight, but he doesn't look particularly frail or anything of that sort. He's still quite the sturdy looking guy.
Okay, so I want to think of the rewards for the tiers are first.
He looks a lot older than 55. He looks
before coming up with the names.
Really?
Yes, he looks like jail is doing a number on him. However, this is the weird juxtaposition. I felt when he moves around, minus his bad knee, the visual, he looks a lot older, but he's not slow. He doesn't seem physically unwell. Like I feel like he could run a mile.
Maybe it's the hair.
Maybe, and I do think it's the lack of sun, probably. And when he needs to get up from his chair, I mean, this man is up. For example, when a juror walks in or when a juror walks out of the courtroom during individual questioning, so it's one juror at a time, Diddy and the defense team typically stand up. He's pretty quick with it. He's not gripping the sides of his chair or the table to get up.
Stress will do a number on your hair, I guess.
He's trying to make a good impression is the feeling I have. He's up. He's very respectful. On two specific occasions, my researcher and I were scribbling in our notes and we both looked at each other because Diddy, we felt, in our opinion, shot up out of his chair quicker than he normally does. And we look, and it's a very beautiful
there should be like a $5 one
with a lot of assets. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and we both wrote it individually in our notes.
Maybe we should start with the prices. What
yes, and
seemed
the way
like
he just kept lingering and staring. Like at all the
prices
other
we want to aim
first.
for.
And then he sat down. I mean, he could have been zoning out and thinking about lunch. Or the case, I don't know. So the white hair does come further back. It seems like he's turning into a full-blown grandfather.
The baby oil is actually a fountain of youth.
Day one, he walks into the courtroom, and my researcher was telling me, and he did this again day two, he does this practically every day in court. He starts coming out into the courtroom, shaking all of his attorneys'
If you want to know
hands,
what we're
hugging
watching,
them.
just
Then
click
he
the
puts his
link
hand to his chest
in
and
the
mouths
description.
thank you to the people who came to support him.
We're
so
watching
other people, I guess, related
someone
to his legal team,
retell
or his friend,
the first week
they're in front of us, and he's like
of the
saying,
jury
"Thank
selection
you."
for Diddy's
Sometimes
trial.
he'll look around and put his fist to his chest for his friend. Again, his family will, I believe, be there on Monday, so we'll see what his interactions with them are. Diddy mouths thank you, and you can't really hear it. And with that, day one starts. It's a pretty big day. A whole group of jurors are going to be brought into the courtroom. So this is, again, same thing, but they're going to sit in the church pews directly behind Diddy. So they all get brought in behind Diddy using the massive 2 doors that I came through. And I sit right. They come and they sit in the pews right behind Diddy.
How many?
No, I'm not aiming for funny numbers.
40.
Oh, wow.
And they just single file come in and they just line around the pews, okay? So they take up like 5-6 pews and they're gonna be sworn in. But while they're coming in a single file line, Diddy and the defense are staring at them. which makes sense because a lot of these attorneys, they write online and they write articles. You want to know their age, race, gender, probably even the way they're dressed to get a grasp of, do they have any certain hobbies, socioeconomic status, what does their attire say about them, what does their posture say about them, do they look annoyed to be here?
They're probably going to be a
Do
little
they
more
look too
expensive
enthusiastic to
just
be
because
here? The jurors get sworn
making
in,
the art
and then they get brought
genuinely
back out of the
is
courtroom,
more
and then
time
they
and
go
more
wait in
effort
another
than
courtroom.
any of my
So then they're
content.
being called in one by one for an individual question.
They are very serious because some of these people is going to determine Diddy's
Yes.
fate.
Yes.
And they only have that window of time to decide.
Yes. I will say out of the, I couldn't, so Diddy and his attorneys take 2 rows of the desks and chairs. Linda Moreno, which is his jury consultant, was, to me, closer to the judge, so she's behind Diddy. I couldn't get a good look at her, but from
Both, but I'm probably gonna make
4
most of
attorneys
it.
that sat on Diddy's row, Diddy and Brian
Just because it's
Steele,
going to take
Young Thug's former attorney,
time to
they
commission.
looked the most intense when they stared at the jurors. Whereas the other attorneys, they were looking, but it wasn't like, it didn't feel so intense. Diddy and Brian Steele, I'm like, whoa. Just staring at their faces is very, like they're locked in. I'm sure everybody is, but they look extra locked in. They walk in one by one, and this happens multiple times, but it almost seems like every time the jurors come in, Diddy kind of nods. It's like he's doing a head count, but I don't think he's doing a head count. It's just a thing he does. He has moments where he just nods, it feels, to me personally. And it's not a big nod, it's like an ever so slight. Like you're thinking to yourself, you're nodding to yourself. You're not like confirming like, oh yeah, let's do that, nod. It's like to myself.
Does it happen to everyone or most of them? Or
When all of them come in that single file line, he's kind of nodding the whole time. Day 1, both of my researchers were freaking out and telling me, I'm like, in the car on the way to meet with them, and they're like, there's this moment where after the jurors leave, he turns around and his hands are at hip level.
I think we'll do this.
And he
Because this
kind of
one
rubs
will
them
be
slow.
all 3 of these.
It's not sinister. It's not like creepy. Like it just felt like, okay, let's do this. It didn't feel like, yeah, I'm gonna take them. It just was like, all right, let's go. So now the jurors are gonna come in one by one for individual questioning. But before they can even bring in the first juror,
Okay, I'm thinking.
you know when you're in a classroom for the first time and you walked in, you sit down, you haven't spoken a word, suddenly the teacher calls on you and you have no idea how to project your voice because you're like, I don't know if this is loud enough when my teacher is all the way over there, like I don't know, but then
Okay,
I don't
this
want
is
to
gonna
scream
be
because that's embarrassing. It's just like, how far is my voice going to
Picks.
travel? I don't know. You're trying to grasp it. Diddy's lead attorney, Mark Agnifilo, stands up to ask the judge, I'm constrained to ask for another 2-minute bathroom break. I apologize. The judge is confused. Well, why don't we try to get through at least 10 jurors? So previously, they already had another bathroom break. And my researchers said it was so quick.
What
I mean,
is
it just
happening
looked,
here?
they were like, I don't even know if
Why
Diddy
is it
peed.
doing this?
no, they say they
No,
don't know.
they also said, we also don't know if he washed his hands because it was just too quick. Like, did he not pee or did he not wash his hands? Because they think in their timeline, maybe we're slow movers. That they're like, I couldn't have peed and washed my hands like that in that amount of time span. It was just so quick.
It was super brief.
Yeah. And then and then court is back in session. Then he's asking for another bathroom break. So the judge is like, well, why don't we try to get through at least 10 jurors where, I mean, do we really need to take one now? Diddy lifts his butt up from the chair a tiny bit, and I cross-referenced both the researcher's notes. He raises his hand near his head level, and the pointer finger, the index finger, is slightly upwards, but it's not like pointing. It's kind of like, oh, excuse me. But he's barely looking up at the
Actually,
judge. He seems
switch
very
this.
meek the first day. He barely raises his voice, and this is when he says the 9 or so words that everybody was talking about. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm a little nervous today. This is considered
Bitch,
the first thing
you're
Diddy has
nervous?
said in
Okay.
court.
And did he get a bathroom break after that?
Yeah, he did.
How long does usually one individual juror's session take?
It really depends.
Like
It's
5
like
minutes?
39 a day.
No, I'm just gonna make
And then there's
a
group questions.
VTuber
Yeah.
model
And then
that
there's
just
also
is
a few breaks
nude,
and, like, lunch.
and I'm just gonna rig
It's
it.
like 5-10
I just have to
Yeah, it
finish
really
rigging the
depends. Like, some
model
jurors, if
before
they don't
streams can
answer
start.
yes to specific
That's the only
questions,
hold up
they
on
don't
that.
really ask anything
But-
more.
I see.
Recently, Drake released this new
So
song.
that will be
and
starting
it's
once.
just not been a good year for Drake.
That's a
I
thing.
feel like years ago,
Find something else
all the titles are like the new
in
face of
the
hip-hop.
meantime, but
now
yeah.
the article headlines are we sure
Melody
Drake
uses
is okay?
3D.
But
There's a
maybe this
lot
is his
of
comeback. Maybe this
fansly
is his partial
VTubers that
recovery
use
from what
2D.
happened with
Some
Kendrick
use
Lamar.
like
He's gonna release
VR.
new music with engaging
Some just do
lyrics.
IRL.
And this one song, the
They
lyrics
switch
read,
it up.
I've been in the house, but I'm coming outside tonight. Yeah, I love how you always be speaking your mind. People want to meet up, talk about shit. I'm vegan now. Evil eyes are staring at me.
In
and
the
I see it
meantime,
now.
before the
Shout
model
out to
gets done, I'll
Brian
probably just
Steele.
put up
Take off the cuffs.
a photo
We leaving
and then
now.
have like an IRL
The whole
cam
song
as well
is
for
called
like from the
Brian
waist
Steele.
down.
So who
or
the
something.
hell is Brian Steele, and why is there a song
Probably.
named after him on a Drake album? Brian Steele is one of Diddy's defense attorneys, but he's most well known for being Young Thug's attorney. This is the man that, with his full chest, said, "Your Honor, Young Thug, more like young, truly humble under God." That's what his name means. Okay, he didn't say it like that. He said it much more eloquently.
He would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means.
But it was equally goofy. He also shows a picture of Young Thug
What?
that supposedly shows him making the letter B with his hand, which I guess the prosecutors were trying to argue that means a gang.
Okay.
That's a gang
Hang on.
sign. Pretty much, that's a B.
I know
which
what I mean.
I
Okay.
think, by a lot of netizens,
We're gonna do
or
this.
really anyone with some ocular capacity, could see that it does indeed probably look
We're doing
like a
this.
B.
Okay.
It's like an eye exam, and you put the super clear slide, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a B, right? And I'm being dramatic, but Brian Steele disagrees. He said, that is not a B. That is a P, because my client, Young Thug, truly humble under God, is pushing positivity. P for positivity.
It's called pushing P. And it's positivity. It
I think
means
I'll
any
separate it
circumstance
for
you're
a
in,
lewd
if you
tier and
think
then fully not
positively
safe
about
for work.
something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P.
Listen, I don't know. You know, I don't even want to get too deep into the Brian Steele lore and the Young Thug case because I might do a whole separate deep dive on that one. But now that same attorney is
This
sitting
attorney is
on
crazy.
Diddy's left side. He's sitting right next to Diddy for jury selection, and he is interesting. And this is the part where I feel like, please listen to the wording in all of this. I'm trying to describe exactly what I saw
She's like,
in that
"Do not
courtroom,
sue me,
and there,
please."
like we went in with the idea
Oh my
of,
God.
especially for jury selection, we
The
wanted to see
DMs
how
aren't
the
gonna
jurors
be
would
like
react to the
DMs
defense
like
and
you're
the
thinking.
prosecutors. So
It's gonna
yeah, I could have walked in and been
all-
like, I personally don't like Diddy, so I personally wouldn't defend him if I were an attorney, so I personally don't like the defense attorneys. Like, I could have just walked in like that, right? But I did want to see from a more neutral perspective of maybe how some of the jurors would feel. And I will say Brian Steele is very likable. All of Diddy's
Really?
attorneys are incredibly likable if you remain neutral.
How in what sense?
Yeah, let me run you through it. And this is very interesting because there is a poet that reportedly even said a jury consists of 12 people who decide
Is
who has the
disclaimer
better
even-
lawyer. And if that's the case, the prosecutors, they're also a dream team. They're like heavy hitters. But the defense, they're basically courtroom predators. They look like the popular
It's gonna be
kids.
more of just like
How
a
many were there?
There were a lot.
in
so on the
lore,
row that Diddy was sitting, it was his two
Teddy
main leads, and then
fanfic
two to his
kind
left,
of
and then there
thing.
were three in front of him, and then there were a few in the pews.
disclaimed.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's spending a lot of money. It's reported, alleged, by a Young Thug song that Young Thug spent $2 million for Brian Steele, and I'm sure it was more because that trial was the longest trial I think in Georgia history or something crazy.
Yeah,
His
it'll
defense
just be
team
like
are courtroom predators, and I say that with
fully
respect
in
and a lot
character.
of fear. Have you ever heard the quote, "You don't get a second chance to make a first impression"? That's the feeling. So according to one attorney, trial attorneys are professional communicators with their body. That's what they're supposed to do.
It's
Or at
gonna be
least the
kind of
good
like a
ones.
one-way DM.
According to some jury experts, they believe,
Like,
at the very least,
her
this
sending
is
you a
very
story.
conservative number, a defense attorney's message is conveyed 55% through their body language and tone, and not the words. I'm not insinuating that that's what's happening here with Diddy's team. But
Yeah, not
I think
actually
they're all
back and
incredibly
forth. It's
successful
more
for a
like
reason.
you are
One
going to get
attorney
added
says,
to
when
a
you walk into
list
that
where Teddy
courthouse,
will
you're
send
on.
DMs
Everyone
to
is
that
watching.
tier.
In that courtroom, the jury is watching you, not when you start talking. They're watching you from the moment you walk in, long before you say anything. They will notice everything about you
Yeah,
and draw
exactly.
conclusions about who you are. It is advised that trial attorneys especially in the beginning, perhaps practice smiling, a soft smile in the mirror, so they have a neutral, natural, resting facial expression. I don't know if any of Diddy's defense attorneys stare at a mirror when they get home.
I think they're allowed
but
to
I
lie.
would believe it if you told me they did, because they're incredibly polished.
I don't know.
They're friendly, and aside
That's a
from
good
Diddy
question.
just sitting there at their table, a lot of people in the courtroom seem to like the defense team. They seem
Really?
to have good relationships with the prosecutors. A lot of them used to work at the DA's office. Yeah, it
Crazy.
seems, I mean, not the defendant, I don't know about that, but the defense team. So you
Really?
have his lead attorney, Mark Agnifilo. Appearance-wise, he has salt and pepper hair. I would say more like 70% pepper. I'll keep you updated on if that progresses one way or another during the trial. He has a bit of a rounder face.
That way, if I want to have like a
which actually makes
lo-fi
him look a lot
video
more
that's like
approachable
the
and
one,
younger.
like the
In a
pixel
lot of
art,
the
for
pictures I find
example,
of him
like the
online, he
pixel
looks
art
angry. I
video
think
would
that
go
he
on this
usually gets his
tier.
picture taken when he's mid-sentence talking about clients outside the courtroom. So he
Yeah.
does look kind of, his eyebrows are crunched together. He doesn't look nice. In court,
Yeah.
he looks mainly focused. He doesn't look particularly stressed or angry ever. And I'm sure that's something that all the defense attorneys are trying to show in their demeanor. He's got more of a geeky energy to him. He walks in with one of those backpacks that are like double
Why
the
are
size
you
of his
sick,
back.
bro? What's
it's like
wrong?
the backpacks that the smart kids have in school, the one with 10,000 different zippers, which I feel like is less utilitarian and more like bragging about one's finger dexterity, but he has one of those backpacks. His energy overall is the dad that you ask to take a picture of you on the iPad, and then he'll take a picture of himself and hee ha ha to himself. That's the energy. I'm not saying this is who he is.
Final
I'm not saying
tier,
he's
you
a
get
great
everything,
person.
plus you
He
get
has
download
defended
links.
lots of questionable people. I'm just saying that's his energy. If I know nothing about him and I walk in as a potential juror,
okay.
like, that's the energy I would get personally. Mark Agnifilo is known for representing Keith Raniere, Nixium cult leader who was sentenced to 120 years in federal prison for similar charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. Keith Raniere also, he liked to wear the
Yeah, I think that's fair.
pack, white collared shirt, blue sweater, and the way that Mark represented Keith could tell us maybe about how he's going to talk about his new client Diddy. He does the very typical
Hive hole.
You might not
Wait,
like
no, that's
Keith
getting too off
Raniere.
track.
You might not like what he did. It's disgusting, it's offensive, it's gross, ooh, all that sexual stuff. But you can't convict him because everyone was a willing participant. You can't convict someone for being disgusting and repulsive and offensive. It's not against the law. AKA, a lot of people think that the defense is going to try and say that there's no sex trafficking in Diddy's case, that it's just Diddy being a swinger. AKA, jurors, you might not agree with the lifestyle, but that doesn't make it a crime. Now, despite Mark's slightly approachable, unassuming look, he clearly is a very intense man. One person describes him as a boxer moving through the courtroom, controlled, watchful. Every word is a jab. Every cross-examination is a calculated strike. He has an unimaginable ability to navigate high-pressure cases. One person says he's built a reputation off of taking cases to trial rather than settling. He prefers to challenge government allegations head-on. To put it simply, this man is probably a tank in the courtroom. But this is still probably one of his most challenging cases yet. Now, side note, he has now joined his wife Karen Agnifilo in defending Luigi Mangione, so he is officially on that legal
It's a
team.
cough?
Really?
Yes, and Luigi Mangione and Diddy are in the same prison. Or jail. One netizen comments,
I feel like you should see a doctor.
People have mixed feelings about all this. You know,
'Cause a
fact,
cough shouldn't
people in
be causing
America
you to
are
throw up. Like,
constitutionally allowed to have
those two things together
representation, so you guys
sounds
need to
like
stop
a
being mad at his
bad
defense attorneys.
sign.
Another comments, people trash attorneys until they need one, then they'll find out the true value. But another netizen argues, just because someone has a right to an attorney does not obligate any particular attorney to represent them. Agnifilo represents wealthy criminals because it's a good payday.
It's not a bad
But
idea.
another netizen has the opposite sentiment. Lawyers are going to lawyer. Believe it or not, defending criminals is not a crime. You seem to be arguing in bad faith from a position
Yeah,
of
the
ignorance.
biggest tier
They
could
argue back.
have
I also
IRL
believe everyone
Teddy
deserves a defense
cosplays.
attorney, but I also believe defense attorneys that defend obvious monsters like P. Diddy will gain some bad monster baggage. If you
I can
really
start
believe
with
Diddy's
putting
innocent,
the
maybe he should
old
defend him for free.
Teddy content
Others
up
just
there.
say, seems like the Agnifilos are going to have a very prosperous year, financially.
And then
Another
any
netizen
future
comments,
Teddy stuff
I'm
can
not
go on
shocked
there.
by this in the slightest. He defends the worst of the worst. Along with Mark Agnifilo, you have Tenny Garagos. Tenny she's so put together.
You had a few
She
headaches
walks
that
in
made you throw up.
4-inch
That's even
heels.
worse,
She's
though.
ready for
Headaches
the day.
definitely shouldn't be making you
She's
throw up.
probably
See a
most
doctor.
well known for posting a few TikToks
See a
last year
doctor.
more or less defending Diddy on social media, which you can imagine social media and TikTok did
It'll
not
save
like.
me a little time.
All right, here we go again. Diddy sued by a former bandmate. I'm his lawyer, and here's why you should care. Last night, Dawn.
Some accuse her of being a sellout. Others
Girl.
point out that in one particular interview,
I'm his
it
lawyer,
appears
and
that
here's
she's
why you should
wearing
care,
white
like-
nail polish. I will say it looks a little more
Stop.
baby pink. And some just comment, you know what? No shame in her game. A lot of people, regardless of her own success thus far, though.
Yeah,
she's
but
kind of known
migraines
to
that
be a
cause
nepo baby.
vomiting, you
But other people
probably
say,
should
well,
see
yeah,
a
she's
doctor
nepo
just
baby,
to
but she
rule out
still
anything
is
worse.
pretty accomplished in her own right. Others comment, I love that she's following in the footsteps of representing the scum of the earth just like her father did. I mean, somebody's got to do it. I do think that watching her in the courtroom, she might be a nepo baby, and maybe you can tell by some of her outfit choices or her bag choices. I mean, she looks really rich. And we might all have our opinions on people who defend Diddy, yes. But the way she works, I think objectively, she's very good at what she does. But what do I know? She seems very in control. She's poised. She's sharp. Her father is famous attorney Mark Garagos. He's known for a lot of cases. He represented Hunter Biden, Chris Brown, Michael Jackson, the Menendez brothers. He actually just took them on in 2023. So I don't believe he was part of the original trial. So he is advocating for a new trial. Then
okay.
he represented Scott Peterson, who is actively seeking to overturn his murder conviction, by the way, and we might do another deep dive on that. But Mark Garagos has a whole podcast. So he's not officially on Diddy's legal team.
But his daughter is.
Yes, and he's a long-term legal consultant for Diddy. He has a podcast with TMZ called Two Angry Men, which got him into a lot of trouble recently. He goes on there and he calls the prosecution team a, quote, six-pack of white women.
My understanding is you got a six-pack of white women.
To which later, according to court transcripts, the judge tells Mr. Garagos, when you say things on a podcast like six women, all white, my understanding is that you got a six-pack of white women. That's something that you shouldn't, that no one should be saying as an officer of the court and a member of the bar, right? To which Mark Garagos responds, I think when you've got a black man who's being prosecuted and the client feels like he's being targeted, it's an observation. The judge doesn't seem to be having it. I think this is ridiculous. I think referring to the prosecution in this case as a six-pack of white women is outrageous. All right? And I understand what you're saying about the cases and everything else, but I think this is outrageous, and this would not be tolerated in any court from any lawyer anywhere across the nation, and I'm going to be watching, and I'm going to be listening, all right? You have one more listener for your podcast.
Now we can do names.
To which Mark Garagos responds, as long as you subscribe, I'm all for it. The judge hits back, you heard me, and you've heard what I've said, you know I'll be watching. This judge is very intense. This is the same honorable sir that just looked like he biked to work. This judge is very multifaceted. There's a clip of him walking into the courthouse, and he's wearing athletic wear. He has got his big headphones on, and it's very different from when he's in the courtroom. He, so far, is a very compassionate, fair, firm, incredibly sharp judge. He's so sharp. His brain...
Actually, I'm gonna not put IRL Teddy cosplays on here because the entire point is that it's not that. So actually, no on that.
Yeah.
We're gonna stick with what we have.
Judge Subramaniam. He is a former clerk for Justice RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. He's the first Indian American to be the New York District Court judge. He was nominated to SDNY in 2022 by former President Biden. And now the clip of him walking into the courthouse for work, it starts going semi-viral. He looks so young, he looks like an intern, and I say that in the coolest, most respectful way. He's so multifaceted.
Well, we kind of did, but we jumped around a bit.
The comments to him, however, are on him.
We've circled back.
They read, he's bumping to Cassie's songs. He's listening to Diddy's No Way Out. Some comment, I don't know why.
I feel like Thunder Bunker should be the
Others
top
say, I feel like the judges who take on serious cases like this should be provided security.
Or Thunder Buddy. Yeah, Thunder Buddy should be the top one.
Starting your own business is like embarking on an adventure where you suddenly need to become an expert in everything overnight. When my family and I started Grandpa Mango's limited edition artwork, it was a lot. One day you're at the marketing department, the next day you're trying to figure out inventory, and somehow you also expected to be a web designer, customer service representative, a shipping expert. Finding the right tool was the cornerstone for Grandpa Mango Studio. It's truly the difference between drowning in tasks
Hey, I mean, sometimes that's
and
what you gotta
thriving in
do,
the
William.
business. For millions of entrepreneurs just like
Thunder
me and
Bunker,
you, that essential
that's 'cause
tool
that's what
is
Teddy's,
Shopify. With world-class expertise built
hashtag
into
is.
every corner of the platform, Shopify handles everything that would otherwise keep
I
you
think
up
I'll
at
make
night.
Bunker a
With
separate
hundreds
tier.
of
We'll
ready-to-use
make
templates and intuitive AI tools, you can build beautiful
make Bunker the
online
first tier.
presence that perfectly captures your brand's personality and style. No coding or design degree required. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. Shopify.com/rotten.
Nah, I think we're just gonna stick within like
But back to the
Teddy's
defense attorneys.
general
you have
theme.
Mark, you have Tenny,
So,
the lead attorneys.
here.
Then you have Diddy. So this is the seating order. It's like, and I'm sure this is going to change depending on what they're talking about. But Mark, Tenny, Diddy, and then Brian Steele sits on the left of Diddy for jury selection week. And according to the New Yorker and a defense attorney from Atlanta, Brian Steele's from Atlanta. According to a defense attorney that worked with Brian Steele for 30 years, he says Brian doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke. He can't believe anybody
we'll
would.
do-
He won't curse, even in court. Even if he's reading from a transcript, so when he's cross-examining, he will say, so-and-so F word. The court will say, you can read that out loud, and he won't do it. He only drinks water. His lunch is tofu or salmon, maybe a salad, no bread. I've never seen him eat out. He'll bring a toothbrush to
I have
court.
not
He exercises
thought of the
daily
schedule
before
yet.
and after
You're-
court.
you're
running,
jumping
swimming,
ahead.
Weights. He has 3
Focus
kids,
on
a
the
wonderful
naming of the
wife
tiers.
who is also his law partner, and they kind of idolize each other. So his wife's name is Colette. And just a side note, I'm going in depth on all these attorneys, and I will go in depth later on the prosecution team as well. Not entirely sure what the word would be. They were less notable during the jury selection. I'm sure once opening statements start, I mean, they're a very competent team. So we'll go in depth. I just want to paint the picture because we're going to be talking about them for like 2 months. Yes, you can Google pictures, but there is like a
We're just
certain
brainstorming
energy,
right
like a
now.
synergy when they're all in the same room. And I want you to be.
I want to
you
use
be able
honey
picture
jar
it
for
every
like the
day and
tip
not go through
jar
the
or
same
something,
things
I
because
think.
I think a lot of evidence, witness testimonies are going to come up. We just won't have time for that. So he always says in the phonetic alphabet, C as in Colette, which is his wife's name, right? Apparently he's also superstitious. I haven't seen this yet, but he will allegedly kiss a finger or tap on a table anytime death is mentioned. Apparently he likes to call his
Think I'll-
childhood friends mothers to
This
tell
one
them
to be-
thank you for giving birth to my friend. Also in 1992, Brian Steele was assigned to the case of an illiterate man who was charged with attempted murder
That
in
one's
Atlanta.
gonna be honey
He
bun.
actually slept in the jail with him because that man would not, he was distrustful of Brian Steele and did not want to say
They
anything.
do have
He
societal
was
tiers.
not
The
guilty.
Cubs don't really have a
Or he was not
societal
attempted
tier though.
murder. So
They're
he
all just
slept
kind
in
of.
that jail room to try to get him to open up and trust him. And Brian Steele apparently once said, "A fair trial is better than." He's also said, "I've defended people who
Okay,
cut
how
out
about-
eyes and ate
ooh,
them."
how about we
The system only
do,
works when the
um,
accused have real representation.
something
The more
Cub for
challenging
the
case,
second
the more likely
one.
I'll take it. Do I like the person I'm defending? That's the main thing. The reporter for the New Yorker asked Brian Steele if he would have represented Epstein. He says, "I'd have to understand better all the facts and circumstances. See, I don't believe allegations.
Cuddle Cub?
I go into believing the person is innocent." So he's saying
Ooh,
it's not that he doesn't
corrupted
believe the
Cub.
allegations against Jeffrey
Wait a
Epstein,
minute.
but he doesn't
Hold
believe in
on, you might be onto
allegations, I guess, until
something.
they're confirmed by the court of law. I don't know.
Cub
Netizens
Club,
seem
that's
to have
also
more
good.
Positive sentiments about Brian Steele than many of the other attorneys.
Corrupted
More
Cub
people are defending his choice of
or
defending
Cub
Diddy.
Club, I think, are
Others
my favorites.
commenting, "Ugh," or a depletion. Others feel genuinely offended because
Cub
I think they were
Cub-
emotionally invested into Brian
Cub
Steele after
Cub-
the Young Thug trial. Some
That's a
people
tongue
comment, "I mean, he's a
twister, hold
defense
on."
attorney defending the accused, even bad people, and making sure that the state proves their case is his job, I guess." To which
Okay, I think
someone
a
comments, "I don't think
corrupted
anything's
Cub
gonna
is gonna be
hold
the
it
tier
against
name,
him for not
and then
getting Diddy out,"
Cub
right?
Club.
Except maybe Diddy.
I will write over
Others
here.
say, "Dude's gonna make
as a name
so
we
much
are
money. He's gonna do
banking
pro bono work at the local courthouse after this." Other people say,
for
"I mean, on an emotional
an
level, I'm
overarching
disgusted that anyone would sign
fan
up to defend Diddy,
name."
but outside my emotions, this is necessary. State has to prove their case, and defense attorneys don't always defend likable people. His work is necessary, even if I want Diddy locked up." The New Yorker describes him of having a Boy Scoutish manner. And I could see that. He seems really interested in everything happening in court. All the attorneys are. No one looks like they're zoning out. But he's sitting left of Diddy, and maybe this is a natural
These are
thing.
good, these
maybe
are
he's
good.
got a better right hip and he likes to lean to the right? But being an attorney for a case like this,
Oh my God.
it could be argued that maybe it's all intentional. He's always leaning
Corrupted
closer to
Cub
Diddy.
is pretty easy to
He's always
say.
resting his
Cub
right
Club is
arm
hard to
on
say
the right
for
side
some
of his
reason.
chair, closer to Diddy, because he's sitting on Diddy's left. He also has.
I feel like he's doing this to make
the
Diddy
energy
look
is
better.
Mark and Teddy are very serious. They're not overly serious.
I feel like he's
or
trying to make him look
aggressive
good
or
by
skeptical.
being like,
They're
oh, look
just
how much
very in work mode.
look how
Brian
much I
Steele, there's
enjoy
a lot
being
of
around
moments where
him.
he appears to be having a good time sitting next to Diddy.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Such
like
as?
they're passing notes. Brian Steele is smiling. And again, look, I only know what I remember seeing from the other side of the courtroom and my very limited research about Diddy's humor, but Diddy is a big personality. I have never read that he was known to be someone who just makes others chuckle at rapidly reoccurring frequencies, you know? Not that I know of, but Brian Steele seems to genuinely enjoy, I don't know about genuine, he seems to be enjoying his time sitting next to Diddy in the courtroom. But does he really? We don't know.
Stop.
Yeah, and he has a lot of interesting things that he does. I will say I believe the tapping on the desk when death comes up because a lot of his movements are very repetitive. So he wears reading glasses. If he is looking at the screen, he'll have them on. If he's not looking at the screen, he'll take them off and he kind of puts the glasses tip into his mouth. He likes to stick things into his mouth, be it a pen,
Actually,
be it his glasses. He also has a bright pink water bottle that he drinks out of, and I'm like, I always try to analyze, is this very intentional to come off very likable, or is this genuinely just who this guy is? I don't know. I see him frequently use a pink highlighter. He's got this stance. So anytime there's a break, Diddy's not like lingering and mingling. Diddy gets taken to the back because he needs to be held, and there will be breaks where people need to go use the restroom. And the lawyers, they can come out, the attorneys, they can come out and they can
I guess
talk.
they'll all have
not to the
access to
members of the press,
polls.
they're on a gag order, but they can talk to their colleagues.
Yeah, they'll all
they can
have
talk to the
different polls. They won't be the
prosecutors. They can
same
talk to Diddy's
polls,
friend,
but
right? And they all just seem relaxed. They seem like the cool kids. But Brian Steele has his go-to pose. His blazer jacket is unbuttoned. He's got his hands on his hips.
Yeah.
And he's got one hip popped out. It's like a very fun dad vibe.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of it is so genuine. I did read in a separate article that one judge said if Brian Steele cries in court, like he would believe it. He's very genuine, is the feeling. But I don't know. I think he's a fascinating addition to the defense team. And I'm not saying this like, oh, Brian Steele is a good man. I don't know the man. He's a good man and he's defending Diddy, so that must mean something. That's not what I'm saying. I think it's very smart that he hired Brian Steele. Clearly, Brian Steele has extensive history with defending against RICO charges, racketeering charges, which Diddy is accused of. But I do feel like to some degree, was he brought on for positive press, positive associations? Because he was a huge meme during Young Thug. Along with Brian Steele, we have Nicole Westmoreland, who also represented Young Thug. Notably, she is a survivor of SA. She is the only black woman on his defense team so far. And I would say if netizens like Brian Steele, less people know of Nicole Westmoreland, but more people like her. A lot of people are really amazed at how she overcame trauma. She was
interesting
SA
she chose
in
to
the
represent
past,
him.
and she became this successful attorney. A few netizens are concerned about the conversation around her being an SA victim and her joining Diddy's defense. Some feel betrayed, writing, she should be ashamed of herself for defending him then. Or another one that reads, if she thinks mentioning her SA will be a strategy to help him, she's wrong.
No,
Which
not Blue
I feel
Steel.
like is all kind of icky, the commentary about her essay that is by random internet people. And then you have Alexandra Shapiro. She's got shoulder length blonde hair. It's a little curly. She looks incredibly athletic. If you watch those movies about like New York City power women,
I think we should be fine with the word cub hips. If it was like weird furry stuff, that would be different probably, but the amount of VTubers who use the word puppy as part of their branding, I think we're fine.
But she is an attorney, and she did release a fiction thriller novel in 2022 called Presumed Guilty. And as someone who has to lay down after going out for approximately 1 hour, she seems like she's going to be running circles. That's we don't know what she's going to be deployed to do for this case, but she represented SPF. She's described as a former big law titan. She's also clerked for Ruth Gator Binsberg, but not at the same time this judge did. Others say,
Did she
call
forget the name?
if you can afford her. Additionally, on the team, there's Xavier Donaldson, Anna Estavo, Jason Driscoll.
Didn't realize I had a crush.
They're all super successful attorneys, but they're less talked about. So there's not many things that we can go off of, at least not on the internet. So I guess it'll be interesting to see what they do during the trial. But all of them do have a presence about them. They know what they're doing. They're likable. They're the popular kids. One legal expert
It's the egg event right now.
I'm looking at the team, especially on the first day of jury selection. It
She
seems
said
like
Ruth
they've got
Gator
people who are
Binsbury.
experts in their
Okay,
own
I
kind of
thought
general
so.
areas.
I thought
think the
I
team
was
that
like,
Diddy's
wait, is
put
that just
together are
my
some heavy
dyslexia
hitters
doing
in
that,
their own
or
rights, and they're working together as
because
such.
I always fuck
But
up her
maybe at
name.
least for this past week, maybe
it makes
the
me feel
most
better it's not
important
just
person
me.
on Diddy's team is Linda Moreno, the jury consultant. She's here to help decide which jurors would be the most advantageous
That's
for
fair.
Diddy. And again,
And
we
it's
don't
hidden
really
behind the
get
high
to-
chat,
Like the
so.
prosecutor, we're gonna cover it all. This is not like me just talking about Diddy's team. It's just there were not as many notable moments, and I think we won't really understand what angle they're going for until the opening statements. Now, one attorney completely unrelated to all of this, slightly controversial, bizarrely comments. Generally speaking, I mean, there's all these other small things you can do to find the right juror. The heavy, rounded face, happy-looking person is the most desirable. The undesirable juror is quite the slight, underweight, delicate type. Features are going to be sharp and fragile, and he's got a very lean look. The athletic juror is hard to categorize. Usually he is hard to convince, but once he's
True.
convinced, he will go
You
all
can
the way
only see
with
the
you.
ears.
As for Linda Moreno, she's a juror expert on anti-Muslim bias in American jury
Have you not
trials.
unlocked the
trial of
eggs?
Noor
You can cook
Salman,
with
the widow
eggs.
Of the Pulse nightclub shooter, Linda Moreno got her acquitted. That was the first complete acquittal of terrorism charges in America since 9/11. Now, without getting too
But
much
yeah, you
into
can
her
cook with
cases,
the
at least
eggs.
not in this moment, she does have a fascinating
At
way
a
of
certain
picking
point, you
jurors.
need like
For
100
example, in one
eggs
case,
when you
she was
unlock
representing a
the
client that was
egg
charged
pan
with explosives. She
recipe
says it's
for
all about picking a
crafting.
jury.
So
So
you can
in that
craft your
particular
own
trial,
egg
one
pan
prospective juror talked about how her brother had
with
served
100
in Iraq
eggs.
and how she had grew up in Vietnam during the Vietnam War. A lot of people
Also,
on
I think
the
you need
defense
them
team
to
wanted get
craft
rid of this
some
juror
Gudetama
because
stuff.
You're dealing with explosive charges. This is not good. There's going to be a lack of understanding there. They don't want her on the jury, but Linda Moreno wants to keep her.
Okay.
She's saying she had a clear, strong voice, suggesting that she thought about a lot of things. And something she said really impressed me. You would have to live through the war in Vietnam to understand why people did what they did. She said, we're keeping her.
Cheers.
She's firm.
Done.
She said, if selected, she's going to have the sensitivity to put herself in other people's shoes. That juror was
Kind of figured this out a little bit.
That is
But I think that we
so
should flesh
fascinating.
this
I
out
feel
a
like
little more.
nobody talks about like the deeper level of what
Yeah.
these people.
But I
will
think we're gonna do
determine.
this
Oh,
first.
we're going to get into different, they have different methods.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, just you wait. So one person describes Linda as having a very gentle persistence that makes a huge difference. She does seem gentle. She's an older woman now. She seems very slender. She had on giant pearls, a pearl necklace. I mean, I think she must have been very successful in her career because those pearls were crazy. Yeah, they looked beautiful. Definitely not as strong as a presence, but maybe that's intentional. Maybe she wants to fly under the radar so she can analyze jurors without them feeling like she's analyzing them. And they're focused on the other attorney so she can just watch. I don't know. They say that she has a very laid-back politeness about her, to which Linda Moreno once said, I had to be polite but not shy to get things done. I also had to pay close attention to what people said. Another person says her instincts, her ability to read people, I mean, it has a lot to do with a lot of the great outcomes that attorneys will have if she's on their team. She was born a lawyer. No, I'm serious. So for her 12th birthday, Linda Moreno said that she received her favorite movie, which was 12 Angry Men, which is about jury deliberations in a murder case.
Okay.
Another colleague says, if anyone can figure out the jury, it's going to be Linda. It is also believed that she never has more than
I
one
think
client at
even
a
with
time.
this
A lot of attorneys will have
amazing
multiple clients at a time.
team
She
he's
says that
built,
she likes to
I
solely
don't think he
focus
has a
on just
chance.
one case, and that's it. It is believed, this is not public information, so we
I don't think
know,
he has
it's
a-
believed
I don't
that
think he has
someone
a
like Linda
chance
Moreno
at all.
would charge Diddy around $1 million for her services to be a jury consultant.
Damn.
Others argue it's probably going to be a lot
Get
more than
it.
that. One person who works with Linda says, what strikes me about her is her complete dedication to her clients, which continues to this day. Now, this is not something that Linda Moreno has said, but from our research, because I was so intrigued about like the different models, some attorneys will use their own model. It seems like most attorneys, at least from what I can
like I
gather,
moved
on,
it
like,
just to see her better and
subreddits
she
where
moves.
attorneys are talking about jury selection, they have their own unique model that they tweak depending on the charges of the case and depending on that specific defendant. But they all have some sort of tailored to them model that they like to categorize potential jurors.
I guess,
So
but I
these
just
are
feel
very
like
basic,
it's gonna be
powerfully
hard.
done models, but I thought it was intriguing. So one model is the 3 categories of good juror, poison juror, and go with the flow juror. One attorney says, typically it's fairly simple to spot good jurors. You just say a joke and they'll laugh, or they'll give you eye contact, they'll nod, they'll do the smile. They're eagerly, not too eager, but just very happy to fulfill their civic duty. They're doing their best. Those are the good jurors.
They're doing their
the poison
best.
jurors. These are typically cynical, they get agitated easily, and they like to be
That's
silent
me.
most of the time. That's what's dangerous, because they fly under the radar. Then you have go with the flowers. Quiet. Initially, they have indifferent opinions and are open to listening to the evidence. So clearly in this model, you want to identify and remove the jurors that are poisoned. Another model some attorneys say they like to use is the leadership authority model, classifying and dividing jurors based on their influence and decision-making approach. So there's 3 categorizations, or at least this model does. Leaders, so jurors who influence others during deliberations, they're going to be in the back rooms like, no, guys, look at this. They have strong personalities, they can sway the
I feel like a
opinions
lot
other
of this is
jurors.
making it
And
out
then
to
you
be a
have
lot more complicated than it
authoritarians.
actually needs to be.
In criminal trials,
I feel like if you have any
authoritarians
kind of
typically favor the
basic
prosecutors.
understanding of how
It's
people
not
work,
a bad thing,
this
it's just who they are. So
is
the defense
all
are gonna
kind of
want them out of the jury.
self-explanatory, you know?
Typically, they prefer police. They like authority figures. They have high respect for authority figures.
The baby oil
They're
does not
afraid.
quit,
They're
you
like,
must.
oh yeah, I love the police, but it's
God
just
damn it.
in them. It's like an innate bias.
Ah.
Some people just respond
can't
better
read.
to authority figures than others. They often hold more conservative views on crime and punishment as well. Then you've got the followers. Jurors who tend to be influenced by the stronger personalities and opinions in the jury room. They rarely take strong positions independently. Some attorneys will even further categorize and say, you need a 4th category in there. You need negotiators.
Oh,
They are
I
so
know, it
important.
definitely
These people,
is
they're
well
not really the
studied
leaders,
and
which are
stuff.
Like, no, I think this. And then people are arguing.
I just
They
think
keep peace.
he's still gonna have
They
a hard
facilitate
time.
Negotiations. They keep peace
All
by
of that
analyzing and verbalizing the issues. Then
isn't
there's
really gonna
another
impact
model
it
that
that
instead of
much.
3, they've got 4
I think he's gonna have a
classifications.
hard
You
time.
Traditionalist. So these
Like-
are jurors that they like structure, they like established institutions, they
I think
typically
there's-
naturally seem
'cause, like, yeah,
slightly unknowingly
OJ
probably
got
even to
off on
themselves
his
in favor
shit,
of the
but like
prosecutors.
his victim was
Then
dead.
there's experiencers. They're very practical. They're present
Not all
focused.
of
They like to
Diddy's
evaluate
victims
the
are dead.
evidence rather than
That's, like, the
debate
main
abstract
difference here.
concepts of guilt and
Like,
remorse and principles and values.
They have, like,
then you have the
first-hand
conceptualizers.
victim
They are thinkers
witness
who are not
testimonies
naturally
they're gonna
empathetic.
have to
They seem
defend
less
against.
swayed by
It's gonna be
emotional
pretty fucking
appeals.
hard.
And then lastly, you've got the idealists. More empathetic, more focused on human impact rather than the evidence. They're way more receptive to considering a defendant's
I have not heard the theory
circumstances.
about his
Typically,
son.
it's that defense attorneys like influential leaders with
Just-
skepticism
did the
towards
glove
authority.
fit?
They exhibit natural leadership qualities, but they don't like institutional power structures. As for the temperament-based model, defense attorneys say
But also,
they
he's
might
on
prefer
racketeering
idealists.
charges.
They're
Do you know how
empathy-driven,
hard it is to get
especially
off
if your client
racketeering
has
charges?
mental
Like,
health
they
that's
only
going to
give
become
that
into it, a mental
when
illness
they
or
are
some
for
sort of
sure,
dire
like-
situation that they're trying to argue is for the case.
'Cause
They're
that's for-
empathy-driven. And then
That's
people
essentially
that are
made for,
super
like, getting the
analytical,
mob
some defense
thrown
attorneys like that.
into jail.
Because the burden of proof is on
Like-
the government. So these people, they demand logical consistency.
Racketeering
in the
charges are
prosecutor's
so
arguments.
fucking
They have a
rare.
high standard for the prosecutors.
Like-
they identify flaws in forensic evidence.
That's for, like,
claims, logical
people like
gaps
Al
in
Capone.
Timeline reconstructions, overreach, and expert testimony. They're very analytical.
I don't
So all
even
of
think
this
they got
makes
Al
sense.
Capone with
But
that.
according
Yeah,
to
they got
some
him with
attorneys,
tax
the
evasion.
absolute
So it's
worst,
like
worst type of juror that you can have is a stealth
they're
juror.
1000%
Stealth
sure
jurors
when they
deliberately
give you
conceal
racketeering
bias to
charges. Like,
infiltrate the
they're
jury.
not fucking
Usually you
around.
can tell when they have inconsistencies in their answers.
So I feel like
their written questionnaire,
it's gonna be
their
hard.
responses versus what they tell the judge during their individual questioning, they don't match. Or sometimes they try to overcompensate and really sell themselves as being impartial. Usually stealth jurors, they have different motivations. Financial gain, media deals, book deals after the trial, ideological, maybe they have a personal vendetta, or just a lot of the times it's thrill-seeking, especially for high-profile cases.
Hiring one for
To just be like, have
his
a
son
fun about
before
it.
him is
One
really
attorney
weird.
states, stealth jurors pose catastrophic
I think that's the
risk
only thing that
through
makes me like,
undetected bias injection. Their influence persists throughout trial stages, often discovered only through post-verdict interviews. With that being said, I'm clearly not knowledgeable enough to know if any juror was a potential stealth juror, but there were some intriguing moments.
Yes,
Publishing
tell
houses
us.
have what's called a slush pile. It's like usually the big publishing houses. There's 5 big publishing houses in the U.S. that dominate 80% of the market. They have a slush pile. It's a
Oh,
collection
that's
of
why, Peterman.
unsolicited
Oh, wait,
manuscripts
did they
sent to
make
them by
RICO
people
laws
seeking to get their
because-
wonderful book published, And they're just
Of
it's a
Al
slush.
Capone?
People will open up.
Was that part of the reason why that became a thing? Because that would make sense. Because they had such a hard time convicting him.
It's that cutthroat.
That would make so much
A female
sense. But
juror
yeah.
is sitting next to the judge, and she has a high position at the publishing house Simon and Schuster. She says, we publish lots of books, 2,000 books a year, and one book we are publishing.
I know he was dead a long time before that. I'm saying.
And I know that book
That's not
contains
what-
some information or some
I'm saying
accusations.
because of
I
cases
haven't read the book.
like
I
that.
probably won't be working on the book directly.
that
but my
motivated
office
people to
reviews
get
all the
those
press
laws put
releases
in.
that go out, and I saw the press release after I
Which
filled out
makes
this
sense.
questionnaire. So she's asked, like, did you find out anything else about the defendant or the case or anything related after you filled out this questionnaire? And what is the book? And what book is that? It's a memoir by another artist whom I don't know. I don't remember the name of the author. I think it's called "Do You Believe Me Now" or something like that. And it's about his personal history. And I know it contains some accusations. A male artist, yes. And you don't remember the name? No. She states she doesn't remember the name, just the press release. She explains, I saw the press release because my office, we review all the press releases, our different prints sent out to the media. So that's just one of my roles, is to kind of vet all the press releases. All right, now what did the press release say? Just that it was an announcement that the book is publishing in the fall and sort of different topics it touches on, and this was one of the topics. And what did it say pertaining to this case, if you can remember in your mind? What did
I
it
think
say?
we're gonna be
I think the point,
since
or what the press
we're
release
trying to
is
keep the
alluding
schedule
to is
lighter.
that this other artist has been
I think
accusing the
we're gonna
defendant
be
here
doing
for a
like
while and
kind of
hadn't
a
been
monthly
believed.
situation for
That was what I took
TeddyChan
from the press release.
instead
Now,
of
do you know
weekly.
anything else about the book?
We're gonna be aiming for monthly
The judge
stuff.
asks her, considering she works in a company
So,
that's publishing a book written by someone making
streams?
accusations, would it cloud her view in the case? She
We'll
says,
probably
no,
do like
no,
one
I
planned
also
stream a
would be very
month. That
unlikely
way
to read
everyone
the
can make
book
sure they're
because I work
there.
on the executive team. I
And
don't really
like
get that
it can be
involved
very
on
like
individual
set in
books.
stone as
But
like
it's tricky
we have a
because she's
one
salaried,
stream.
so her bonus is tied to
Yeah,
the
Teddy will
company
still be doing
performance.
YouTube
The general
streams.
company performance,
They'll be
which
on
means her bonus is
Fridays
tied to the
for
performance
that's
of
how that'll
all
be
the
on the
thousands of
schedule.
books
So we're
being
just gonna do like a
published, including
one.
the book
Yeah,
written
so that's
by
not her
I'll
normal
Be
schedule
Sure
won't change.
about Diddy.
Well, other than how
I
we've
think
already
the list
changed
of
it.
people who really do not like Diddy would be comparable to a CVS
yeah.
receipt times
She's
10.
getting
It's
the-
a long list, but I do feel like at the top
Oh
it's
God,
gonna
what
be
time
50
slot did we
and
give her?
potentially, yeah, definitely, I'll Be Sure. Now,
forget.
just to recap, Diddy has 7 children. The first is Quincy Brown, but
Exactly,
Quincy is
Jeffrey.
not Diddy's biological son. He is Kim Porter and Al B. Shore's biological child. It is believed that Diddy adopted Quincy. However, recently Al B. Shore states in a documentary
Okay,
there's no
so-
adoption. And if you haven't noticed, his last name is still Brown. Take that how you will. I have no idea which one is true. But there's Quincy, the oldest. Then there's Justin Dior Combs. He's Diddy and Misa Hilton's son. Then there's Christian Combs, Diddy and Kim Porter's first biological child together. Chance Combs, Diddy and Sarah Chapman's daughter. And then Delilah and Jesse Combs, the twins, Diddy and Kim Porter's twin daughters. And in 2022, Diddy had another baby, Love, with Dana Tran.
We'll probably just
So that
keep it
baby's
on the
infant.
same day each
And
month,
all
so
you need
we
to
really
remember
need.
at this
We'll,
point is that Al B. Sure
we'll
is
circle
Quincy's
back
biological
around to
dad,
what
and Kim
day it
Porter,
is.
the mother of many of Diddy's children, and Quincy's mother is a longtime partner of Diddy, but also was
We'll
married
figure
to Al B.
that
Sure
out.
before dating Diddy. So Kim Porter and Al B. Sure are married. They have Quincy.
And the
Kim
streams
Porter,
will start
they
out
break
slightly
up.
more
Kim Porter
scuffed
starts
until we
dating
get the
Diddy.
model,
They
but
go on to have multiple
we'll
children
just make it
together,
work till
and
then.
Diddy
It'll
was
still
very
be
involved
good.
in Quincy's life. Now, after Kim
Maybe I'll
Porter
get that GIF
mysteriously
done, and
passed
then
away
that
from
could be
pneumonia,
something.
that's how people think she passed away, mysteriously.
No, we
There
don't need
were
to do the
also
tip menu
rumors
yet.
going- Again, conspiracies, we don't know, right? That maybe she didn't die from pneumonia. Maybe she was writing a tell-all book about her relationship with Diddy, and she was done with Diddy, and she wanted to be set free. Again, conspiracies, but after she
I mean, that
passes
would make
away,
sense.
Al B. Sure is very suspicious of Diddy. He even slips into
I
a
definitely
coma at
don't
one
think
point,
anyone who's
and he
working on
kind
any of these
insinuates that
types of
perhaps Diddy had something to do with him being in
for
a
any of
coma.
these companies that's working on
Al B.
these
Sure
types of
went on to
things
allege that
should
Kim
be
Porter
anywhere near the
confided
trial
in him
though.
before
Like we
passing
don't want
away,
it to get
and he
thrown
says,
out.
She started to confide in me. What she did say is that something's not right. Diddy's soul has gone completely dark. Like, he's just
Bro.
not there. That's what he alleges was said. He does say, allege,
No tip
that
menu
Kim
yet.
Porter was writing a book, but nothing was done about it, saying someone got her passcode to her phone and her computer, and they found out, and she was writing what was going on behind closed doors. The public had no idea what was happening right in front of everybody's eyes. But there were a lot of people who turned a blind eye. In the documentary Making of a
she's
Bad
right
Boy,
there.
the very documentary that Diddy is suing NBC for $100 million in a defamation lawsuit,
up here.
in that documentary, Al B. Sure says
You can kind
it
of
was
see
like
him.
2 or 3 weeks prior to her murder.
You can see him.
Am
a
I
little
supposed
bit.
to say allegedly?
Oh, he just straight up said
Yeah.
murder.
So all that's to say, the water is very deep between Diddy and Albie Shore, and the potential juror works as a high-level executive at the publishing house that's going to be releasing Albie Shore's book. The blurb for the book says, "Tell all," in this inspiring survivor's memoir that reveals the untold story of his near-death health emergency, shocking ties to Diddy, romance with late Kim Porter, days after Homeland Security raided Sean Combs' compounds in a federal sex trafficking investigation. Albie Shore declared that when people heard how he wound up in a coma 2 years later, they were, quote, really going to need to call Homeland Security.
So the book is not out yet.
No.
He being sweet baby.
Yeah.
So she's saying that, okay,
Yes,
we're
please
publishing this
sleep.
book.
That's
I don't
early.
know anything about it. I don't care. I'm not gonna read it.
Yeah.
And I am qualified.
Yes, but I don't think she's like overly eager.
Oh, okay.
If
I
Diddy
mean, I
did
think
it,
a lot of
I
people
God,
can
I
interpret
hope
it
so. That'd be
different
so
ways,
funny.
So I don't want to put an
Actually,
interpretation out
even
there
if he
because,
gets convicted, I hope he
but
still releases that
you
because
could,
that
I
would be
guess
even
some
funnier.
cynical people could say she wants to maybe write a book after. She's in publishing. Maybe she wants to write a book.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
maybe she wants the thrill. Maybe it's fun, right? Maybe she wants to take off work. No.
Or just simply the fact that the connection is crazy.
Yes. Or maybe
Okay, this is
some
gonna be a
people are like,
separate
maybe
thing,
she
but
genuinely
here
doesn't
is an
care about
idea
any of
for
these people
pinned
and, like,
posts.
does in her head does not understand why it relates.
Yeah, yeah.
She's like, I don't care about any of these people, so obviously I can be unbiased.
Mm-hmm.
But the blurb is kind of crazy. The blurb continues. People called him crazy. Now back from
My
the
brain
brink
is
of death, he reclaims his
off on a
power and
tangent,
truth
so I need to
in
write
the-
it down
in
before I
this
forget it.
incredible memoir about finding inner peace despite countless attempts to break him. The last lines of the blurb read, Albie Shore is one of the few still living to tell the whole story. Which, I'm not insinuating anything, but that just feels like a bad sentence to even utter into existence whilst publishing a reportedly explosive memoir which is going to be titled, Do You Believe Me Now? It just feels like an unnecessary potential jinxing. Regardless of how one feels about Albie Shore or the death of Kim Porter or Diddy, it probably would not provide Diddy a fair trial if this juror were on the jury. Why do we care if Diddy gets a fair trial? Because if he doesn't get a fair trial, the conviction could be overturned, if there is one. And everyone should be entitled to a fair trial. So yes, justice, but also it's like, if you genuinely want justice, you need a fair trial.
Yeah.
She is ultimately excluded from the jury. Now, please keep in mind, anything I say in the entirety of this episode, especially right now, is a personal opinion. I've had a lot of personal opinions, great ones, and some bad ones. But whatever I say does not mean, oh, this action means he's doing this. Like, for example, there will be some days where I feel incredibly insecure about the way that I look and I start spiraling, and maybe in a video I touch my hair because I feel ugly. But someone will comment, look at this narcissist, she's obsessed with herself. It's like a very different interpretation. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. So just take it like that. I don't know. This is just what I saw and how I personally interpreted what I saw visually with my eyeballs. With that being said, I personally felt like Diddy was kind of an iPad kid during moments of the trial. He was given an iPad by his attorneys to look at, specifically related to the case. It's just interesting. He has reading glasses, and he will put them on kind of randomly. I don't know if there's a method to it. I don't know. Maybe he is reading something and I just can't see it because he's further away. But it just seemed a little random. Sometimes they'd be on, sometimes they'd be off. So the first day, the researchers
I can
were
see
like,
him
they'd
being
be
an
on,
iPad
and
kid,
then they'd be off
honestly.
at random times, to the point where we're like, we don't even know if there's a prescription in these, if these are even reading glasses. And then he would always put them on the desk, put them back on, put them on the
No
desk, put them back on. It was very feeling is how they felt. It was, do
That's
I feel
one
like I
way.
want to put my glasses on? And then the second day, he started putting them up on the top of his head.
should resist
and putting
eating
them down,
another one of
putting them
these.
at
I'll
the
put
top.
it in
Maybe we're overanalyzing
resisting the
absolutely
second
nothing.
Kit Kat chat. I'm
But
resisting
the
it.
way that Brian Steele would kind of tippy tap on the iPad next to him, give iPad
Okay.
kid, there's this fascinating moment on day one of trial, the very first day
I don't know
that
if
jury
I want
selection
anything else
begins,
to that. Okay.
right before the jurors come in. At this point, it's just the judge, the court personnel, defense team, the prosecutors, and members of the press. The jurors are about to walk in that door. What my research was. Brian Steele reaches over, beep boop bops on the iPad. Beep boop bop. Front camera turns on, and they just see Diddy on the iPad because it's the camera. The front camera's turning on, like a mirror, and he's wearing his reading glasses. And then Diddy proceeds to lift the iPad up 4 or 5 inches and looks at himself before putting it down. There's nothing deep about it. I'm sure he's just trying to make sure nothing's on his face for when the jurors actually come in. But they said it was so weird.
Fascinating visual.
Yeah, like Brian Steele is older than Diddy, but he's over there beboop bopping on the iPad for Diddy. It was
Or
weird.
maybe.
I
And
think
then
I will
more
work
cynically, I guess you
on
could say maybe
maybe
this is all a
coloring
thing. Make Diddy
or
seem
other
like a clueless
Teddy
I don't know
art
what's going on. Can you help me?
on stream
Mm.
I'm
on
kind of lost, and all these
Fansly
powerful
for
attorneys
just
say
that
so
tier.
much, diminish some of his power.
that way
I
they
don't
get
know.
like a
In
sneak
another
peek
part,
and
this was,
also I
I saw
can
this.
stream
Brian
some
Steele
art
is
if I
putting on
want
his
to.
blazer. So sometimes he would just be in his dress shirt, and then he's putting on his blazer, and there's a little fuss about it. And Diddy is just all hands on board, helping him put his blazer on with both hands. So he's got his hand on the back of the collar for Brian Steele. His left hand is on Brian Steele's like neck area, and then his right hand
Okay,
is reaching over around Brian Steele's neck in the front to fix the collar. Now, can I just say something? I've never seen a man have trouble putting on a suit blazer. I don't even think that my own tailoring a shirt would be this. It was a lot. It wasn't even just like, let me fix your collar.
Yeah, like blazer is a pretty easy.
Collar fix.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
It just
too.
was a lot of effort, just like a lot of.
So it does. Okay, I see what you mean. Like it does seem
I'm
like
trying
they
to think.
have a very close relationship from the visual.
This is my speculation. I
Coloring
don't know
books
if
are
it's
fun.
true. I
I
don't
do
know
like
what
coloring
goes on in
books.
other people's minds. I feel like this is a thing that happens during trials. I think both of them are aware of what makes the defendant look good, and they both want the same outcome. And maybe they haven't had a conversation about it, but it seems like they both kind of play into it. Is the feeling I get.
So were there jurors, or is it just the press?
I think at this
media?
point there were no jurors when he was putting on his.
Okay. But even for the media, it's like it's a
Yes.
visual that seems very
So
maybe somewhat
weird. Like,
positive.
why are you
Yeah,
putting on
maybe
an
he's
act
like
just for the
helpful,
press?
Yeah,
fixing
I
Brian
see.
Steele's. It just I guess I've never seen someone need help fixing their suit blazer.
I cannot
Yeah.
help.
Because
It's fun.
You know,
It's fun to
put
have a
on suit
lot.
blazers all the time. On
I
and
go
off.
through a lot
Yeah.
of
And
pencils.
there's this one yawn where Diddy is standing up, the court had to rise, and he yawns, but he doesn't cover his mouth. So for like a
trying to
fraction
think of
a
the
second, it just looks like
frequency
he's
at which I can
silently screaming.
post.
And that was really. Yeah, another fascinating part that I noticed, and again, this could be coincidence, I could be looking too deep into things, I could have a personal bias that makes me interpret these movements as something that it is completely not. It's an eyewitness testimony, it's questionable, especially in my brain after 8 hours of sitting in there. But there's this moment where I recall seeing the sketch artist. She is in the first row, diagonal from Diddy, behind. And we're all the way behind her. Now, she has one of those binoculars that she wears. It's strapped to her head like a brain surgeon. She's wearing that. And she's mid-stroke with her charcoal. And Diddy, from my perspective, looks like he briefly glances back. He doesn't shift, he doesn't turn. He just kind of sees in his peripheral. I think he sees in his peripheral. Maybe he doesn't see her. But this is all coincidence, maybe I'm hallucinating. But it's almost like immediately after, he turns back to face the front, he takes off his reading glasses, and his shoulders roll back. And he sits a tiny bit straighter. It's not super obvious. It's not like suddenly his back is erect and his posture is 10 out of 10. But it did seem a little coincidental.
Like, let me sit better for this portrait.
Yes.
Like, make sure that they pay me better.
Yeah.
Type of energy.
Yes. Now, other moments with jurors that were maybe slightly uncomfortable in the courtroom, I'm just going to pull them out rapid fire. One juror is asked about, in response to question 13, you indicated that you had a prior criminal issue, which is that you were caught shoplifting at the age of 16. How old are you now? 30. 30, okay. And you say you were charged a fine, and just generally speaking, what happened? I was at Universal Studios, caught by security, taking an item. I think I was in Harry Potter World. So they took me to the back and just kind of like put me through all the process, and then I was mailed a fine. I got a lawyer. My lawyer handled everything, so I was it was just a fine, and they put against me, and I was prohibited from going back to the park for about a year. And what is it? What did you take? A wand. Okay, so let's go to question 29. The question is, have you communicated to others or posted your opinion on social media or online or liked any social media posts about Mr. Combs? And you initially wrote no, and then you changed your answer to unsure. Yeah. So what did you like? I think it was a comedian. They made a joke because I guess when they went to his house, they found a bunch of baby oil. I remember liking it because I thought it was funny. It was really it. So there was a joke about baby oil, and you said you liked that comment. Yeah. What was the reason why you liked that comment? It's funny, in my opinion. So I liked the video because I thought it was funny. Do you remember who the comedian was? Not off the top
I
of my
want to
head.
say I can do
Another
one
juror
a
walks
week.
in, and she says that her musical interests are rock, hip hop, and as well as, quote, I'm actively watching the
I feel like it would be
concert
good
of
to
the
push
group
myself
called
artistically.
BTS, or Bangtan Boys. There's nothing else notable. I just wanted to say that. Now, the next juror walks in, and he looks, from my opinion, kind of like a fraternity boy, but slightly sleazier, and I say that with respect. Like, this is, visually speaking, because I don't know this man, he looks like the type
Yeah,
of
let's
guy
do
that would
bi-weekly.
graduate
I think you're
college
right.
and 10
Okay.
years later still heavily rep his college fraternity merchandise and want to talk about how he was the coolest big to his little
Compromise.
and still go in
Compromise.
depth about Rush Week stories.
Compromise
That's the
between
personal
monthly
opinion
and a
I get
week.
from him.
We'll
He
do
asked
bi-weekly.
the judge a question. So number 11, I wasn't sure about allegations
Yeah.
concerning distribution and use of illegal drugs. So
Ah.
I smoke marijuana.
I think you're correct, Jean. I
personally
think
for
you are correct.
recreational use,
Thank
Okay.
you. Yes.
and
Okay.
I'm not sure if that counts. So the question is,
Because I do
asking, are you
have, like, a
okay?
lot of
Can you be
sketches
unbiased
already.
if we talk about
It's
illegal drug
just
usage?
when it gets to rendering, it
And
takes a
he's like,
freaking while.
And there's a slight giggle in the courtroom, and the judge tells him, well, I wasn't asking about your use.
You're right.
Okay.
You're right. Definitely
But are
under
you going to
promise
have any
is
issues
the
if
goal
there are
here.
allegations in this case about the distribution and use of drugs? Is that going to make you biased? No. The juror, to his very fine credit, he's incredibly honest, which I think is admirable. He basically states that he might have affected judgment, though, if he's on the jury. I use marijuana for personal recreational use, which might affect my judgment in making
Oh
the
no,
right
this is
decision.
also me.
Meaning that, well, are you able to not use marijuana during this trial? I'm going to order you not to use
Order
marijuana during
you.
this trial. Are you going to be able to follow that instruction? Yes. And so if I give you that instruction and you follow it, you're not going to be having an issue. Correct. Yeah. When was the last time you used marijuana? Last night. Okay. How often do you use it per day?
I guess I don't
Once a
really
day.
need to do.
And I said
Tiered
that I would
like this,
perhaps
I can
order
just-
you not to use marijuana during the trial because you said it might affect your judgment. Would that be hard for you given how often you use it? Yes. It would be. Yeah. He was eventually excused for cause.
Bro. This guy.
Then the next juror walks in, and these are not in chronological order, but the door opens, the juror walks in, and he appears to be a middle-aged white man. But if he were Korean, this is a crazy statement.
So for
If he were Korean,
videos,
I could see him kimchi squatting behind a convenience store and eating a roll of kimbap. That's the energy he gives me. Not smoking a cigarette because he's got children and a wife and kids that don't like the smell. That's the aura he gives me in my personal brain. He says, I admittedly don't read pop culture news. My wife makes fun of me for that. I have heard a few headlines, few accusations, just as a father of 2 young kids. You know, some of the accusations are troubling. The judge
It's gonna be
asks
once a
if
month,
he's going
but
to be
I'm just
able
trying
to
to
not have
think,
discussions about this case with his wife,
there's gonna
who
be-
is on social media a lot. He says, absolutely. Okay, so then just on the form, why did you say that you had a reservation or concern about whether you're going to be able to follow these instructions? My wife, she watches Sunset, TMZ. Like, that's what she loves. And so I assume this case is going to be all over that, since she's a follower of that type of content, and that is a little concerning to me. But he does say, she's a fan, she does her own thing, I'm not around, I'm not going to go looking at her phone. If I can tell her topics that she cannot show me, she will listen
I think
to
the
them.
audio
Has your
will
wife
be
spoken to you about this case,
similar
or this
to like
defendant?
the DM
I guess a few months ago.
situation where it'll be
Okay,
like
what was the conversation? Oh my
a
God.
more
P.
lewd
Diddy,
version
these
audio
terrible parties.
with
He's
a
in
video in the
trouble. Did he do
background
it?
of some
He
type.
Did it. Did he do it?
No freaking.
Yeah. And he was pretty okay. So a lot of the jurors, you
Um,
can tell they're very soft spoken into the mic.
Yeah.
He's like, OMG.
How far are they from Diddy, like in terms of distance?
2 rows of desks, 3 rows of desks. It's 2 rows of desks. Yeah, like 3 rows of desks.
Like it'll be somewhat
So,
similar
like,
to like a
super
beautiful
close.
agony
Yes.
type situation,
and they have
mixed
to
with
walk.
some
So there's 2
dialogue
doors.
role
One Diddy
play,
comes
but
out of, the other
we'll
one
have to
the
like
jurors
plan it
come out
out.
of.
So
And he has to
Yeah.
walk. They have to walk by Diddy to
But
sit
that'll be
next to the
monthly.
judge, and then walk out.
Wow.
Right in front. Did your wife express a view, her own opinion about this case? No. And did you express an opinion about this case? Oh my God, that's a pretty big accusation.
lol.
He was excused from the case. The next juror walks up to the stand. He reminds me, and this is personal, but he gives me bowling dad vibes. Like, this man in my alternate universe in my head, I feel like he owns a collection of bowling balls and he bowls on the weekends.
Is there anyone who doesn't know Diddy from this all these people, or
It doesn't appear that
so
way.
most of them, they all know what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
See,
Yeah,
I
and
was
so
have
he
I
says
I
he's
knew
unsure if he can be
I knew they
fair
were gonna
and
have a hard
impartial
time
because
finding
the
people that
lifestyle
had
bias,
no
you know.
idea what was
And when
going
he's
on.
asked to
'Cause, like,
elaborate
how
further,
could
he
someone
says,
not
just
have
the
heard of this?
reputation that might be someone in
At
that
least a
field.
bit.
What do you mean by that? What field are you referring to? The music LA lifestyle, it's very much different than the way I was brought up. What's your perception of how it was different? Fast and loose. He also says that he saw the video of Diddy and Cassie in the hotel. However, even though he saw it, he can be unbiased. He describes it as, well, you can't unring a bell. What does that mean, you can't unring the bell? I can't unhear something that I've heard, but I can separate that from what's presented here. He does appear to be pretty honest
we're
in his
gonna
answers.
do
Like, even
art streams
it
at the
seems
beginning
like
of
he's
the
very
month.
genuine. Like, he's not trying to be like, yeah, no,
Just
I'm
do
unbiased. It seems like he's being very thoughtful. If I'm not mistaken, the defense
Right.
did not want him on the jury. So after they leave, after every juror leaves in the individual questioning, the defense and the prosecutors have a moment to bring up an application for striking that jury. And then the judge will either strike them or hold off or bring them back in for further questioning, or they'll be like, as of right now, no. The defense did try to strike him. They really did not like the can't unring the bell comment.
Yeah,
And
those are the
was he
things,
accused?
right? Those are all the
Oh.
things.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think he was being honest. I mean, there's no one that hasn't seen something about Diddy. A lot of jurors were excused for either lack of English comprehension or just
Okay.
financial hardship due to the schedule. It's 8 weeks.
Okay, what day?
It's 8 weeks. You have to take off work. If you work by commission, if you have your own business, I mean, that's going to run you into bankruptcy. So a lot of them were excused for that. Now, this judge is asking
No.
a female juror about her ability to take off work. He asks, and where do you work? HBO. HBO. And what do you do for HBO? I'm a photo producer. Which, side note, photo producer means
think I'll
she
just
helps
spread
with
out
hiring, securing
the
the location,
streams.
getting the actors to there, getting the right attire, costumes, getting catering, hiring the photographer, and then they take the pictures for the advertisements that we see on the billboards. She later states that she recently worked with The Last of Us, White Lotus, Thailand, the one Lisa is on, and the judge asks her, okay, and in
So
the
I
course
feel
of
like
working for HBO,
the
have
art
you done
streams
any
could be like
work
the
or heard-
first
have there been projects related to any allegations in this case?
Saturday of the month or
No.
something like that.
Later, the judge asks
Or-
her, okay, now what have you heard or read about this case prior to today? Just because I
The
work
first.
in entertainment, I'm somewhat familiar. I've seen the video, I've read a few headlines and articles, but I haven't done like a deep dive into it. Has anything been discussed in your presence at HBO concerning Mr. Combs? Not officially, but I would say yes. In
Monday and
hallway
Friday are
water cooler
already
talk.
taken, so we can't
What
do
was the
any
water
of
cooler
the,
talk?
either of
Just
those
that there's a
days.
case and he was arrested and he's in jail.
And I don't want to cut too
Later,
much
when the
into
jury
my
leaves the
filming
courtroom, I mean,
time. But
Mark
I think
is on this.
I can
Okay,
sacrifice
the defense,
like
they don't want her on the jury.
just one day.
He says there are 2 areas of concern. HBO has a documentary, a
it
very
wouldn't be the
negative
whole day
documentary
anyway?
about Mr. Combs in the context of this case. Now, she didn't say she knew anything about it, you know, and we have to accept her answers, I suppose. And so that just gives us great concern. I mean, she works for a company that actually put out a documentary that, you know, I think objectively
Would
speaking,
Thursday
is a very
work?
negative
What would be a
documentary.
good day?
The judge asks the defense, what is the documentary?
I want it
Mark
to be
looks
the
over at
first
Penny.
week. I want it to be the
She
first
looks
week
at
of the
him.
month because I want the
Diddy
paid stream to
leans
be
behind
somewhere in the
Penny
middle.
and gets Mark to lean down and whispers to him. And
Thursday?
Mark stands up straight again.
Okay.
It's called The Fall of Diddy.
Okay, we'll do the
Are you
first
saying
Thursday.
Diddy
I think
told
that
them
works.
The name?
Yeah.
So, okay, so they know the documentary. They don't know the name. Did he lean in and say,
The Fall of Diddy.
The Fall of Diddy?
Yeah. She was not excused that day. She was excused the next day.
Okay.
Now, there are
And the not
lots
safe
of
for
overlap
work
in this case.
stream.
It's not even just overlap of everyone has seen some news or some articles, some headlines, but there's a lot of personal overlaps as well. One juror walks in and they are enrolled
Right,
at City
Thursdays
College,
gets you
which
through the
if we're
last
trying
day
to
of the
make
week.
everything a connection, I guess
Wednesday
that
is
would be
also a good day, I
connection
feel
to
like.
the City College crowd crush. One
Friday
juror walks into the
Eve,
courtroom.
true.
He tells the judge, I
Okay,
gotta
I'm
change one of my
thinking
answers to the
third-
questions. He says,
Third week.
my wife, turns out probably about 30 years ago, served as a lawyer in a case. I don't even remember.
Should we
I
keep
think
it on
she was
Thursday?
involved in taking depositions, and it was a case that involved Mr. Combs. So she
We
was a
could
lawyer
keep it on
for someone
like
involved
third
in
Thursday.
the City College crowd crush incident.
Mm.
It was a case involving, do you know how
keep
or
it
what
on
the judge is asking?
the
the
third
juror?
Thursday.
My
I feel like that
understanding
would
is
be
Mr. Combs
good.
was a promoter of a concert.
Splits
and
us up a
something went
bit. I'm
wrong.
okay with
There was a
being
riot
Teddy
or, you know,
Thursdays.
stampede
That's what it
at
used
the
to be
door,
anyway.
And some people lost their lives, and there was, you know, discussion about, you know, his liability, I believe. The judge later asks, all right, and has she ever expressed to you any negative opinions about Mr. Combs that you can remember at this point, 30 years later?
Yeah.
You know, taking the depositions and just research, she
Yeah,
did
let's
not
try
have
that
a
out. I
positive
think that'll
opinion
work.
of him. And what's crazier is he didn't even tell
it's a
his wife
baby.
that he was serving on the jury for Diddy's case. He says he went home and his wife was like, hey, what case are you doing jury duty for? And I didn't tell her. But he says, you know, this case was all over the news though, and it's a big case. The day after that, he's like, my wife came back and her colleague, the wife of this colleague, is also in the jury pool. And was like, hey, I
There we go.
saw
Now you can see the nugget.
you know, the person you work with. She comes home to
Wait.
her husband and is like,
Oh my
hey, I
gosh.
saw
So
He's
why
just sadly licking his
partner
hand.
yes.
is also in the and they
Yes.
just told that is crazy.
So then the judge is like,
Exactly.
okay, got it. So then your wife came to you and said, I was in this case a long time ago. And then he's like, yeah, when I filled out the questionnaire, I had no
God damn it.
recollection of it. I would not want her participation to come out at some point in the future and me not have revealed it. No, you did absolutely the right thing. So he's saying, that was 30 years ago.
Okay.
I didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, my wife was like, hey,
All
my
right.
colleague's wife
feeling
saw
good
you at
about
jury
this.
duty for the Diddy case.
I feel like this is good for now
You
on Teddy
think-
stuff.
What?
I'm happy with this.
Yeah, he was excused.
I'm happy with what we've planned
And
so
then
far.
there's just a lot of other random, slightly awkward, interesting moments. Another overlap. When one juror walks
Yeah.
in.
Okay, we'll
he
flesh it out
instantly
more
is
on
like,
Teddy's stream.
They're giggling.
This is good for
The
now.
judge and the juror are giggling. They used
Yes.
to work together
Okay.
at a massive law firm.
What?
So he was excused.
Now.
And another juror, there's a very awkward moment where he goes up and he is
Let us get some
questioned, and he states
inspiration.
that his occupation is working at NDC Brooklyn, the very jail that Diddy is being held at.
So any of these like personal connections between
first, let
anybody is a
me-
reason for them to be excused.
Steal.
Typically, but it really depends on how strong the connection is.
Mm.
I did notice something, and I don't know if it's a coincidence. It could be a coincidence, but a lot of the jurors came up onto the stand, and one of the pieces of media that they say they
Is this
saw
one or empty?
before being called to jury duty is the hotel footage of Diddy and Cassie. And sometimes
The amount
they
of
will
empty
describe it,
layers I
sometimes
will
the judge
have in a
read out what
fucking
they wrote
project,
about the
dude.
hotel
It's
footage
so
in their
annoying.
questionnaire. But if it's brought up with a little more description, Diddy appears to me to be shaking his head no slightly. It happened multiple times, and every time the hotel footage came up, I would be locked in. I would be staring at Diddy, and often, again, he would just kind of shake his head no. So one juror is asked, do you remember what that still image was that you were referring to? So he just saw like a screenshot of it. It seemed to have been in a hotel hallway, and the still image was of a woman on the floor, and can I say Mr. Combs standing? Now, the judge points out in the questionnaire, she wrote that it could be damning evidence. And she said, I guess I don't know how else to say it. It didn't seem to be what a person would want to be experiencing. I don't know how else to phrase it. Another juror describes the hotel footage, and this is when they're questioned. A video in the hallway that was dragging a person over the hallway.
There we
And
go.
Diddy would kind of shake his head no. Later, the same juror states they saw, quote, parties, and there were like headlines in the news, parties, and there were different
we go.
situations with people who were very uncomfortable after certain periods of time, and they feel like they were drugged, put something in their drinks, and then they remember, and then there were situations that people were abused, that they were taken advantage of. One juror describes the hotel video as, I saw the video of Mr. Combs and this person. I have seen a video of Mr. Combs, and it seems like this person was in the video and harm was being done to her in the video. Another says,
We'll
the
just start
defendant
with
was
this is
shown-
the
I don't know
basis
how to
here.
describe. I think he was outside an elevator in a common hallway of a hotel. I think he just had on a towel or bathrobe
So we're
on.
going
There was a
for-
woman. He went to get her. She ended up on the ground.
Wow.
Another juror describes seeing the hotel footage as, quote, pretty much in my opinion, mostly
I like
everybody
the,
saw
like,
video
layout
of the
of the
defendant, and I believe it
items.
was his ex-girlfriend in the hallway of the hotel. Another juror responds about what they saw prior to this, again, the hotel footage. Yeah, it's what I remember from the news. And seeing those reports, did that lead you to form an opinion as to Mr. Combs' guilt or innocence? No, it didn't lead me to form an opinion. I was basically just watching it and was taken aback
We'll
or
just
shocked.
kind of we'll just
why were you
mess
taken aback?
around with it for a bit here.
Because
I'm gonna
it
make some
just-
boxes,
seeing it was a
and then
tad
we'll like
disturbing.
move shit around and
I
see.
didn't have all the facts. I don't know. The scene itself was unfortunate. That's what I meant. Other notably awkward moments, which again, this might just be my perception of things. The judge will, because the judge has to verify. It's not like the judge is doing this intentionally. He's doing everything to the letter of the law. He's reading out some of the jurors' responses to the
What am I using
questionnaires.
right now? What pen is
It
this?
feels like when you talk bad about
No, this is what I
someone
want.
and then it gets repeated in front of them. The judge is reading. You said that P. Diddy has a lot of money to use at his discretion, possibly buy his way
That's
out
so
of jail.
awkward.
What did you mean by that? I mean, I don't know how else to explain that. On the same note, another instance, the judge reads out another part of the questionnaire of another juror. And, reads out the
No.
repeating
TeddyChan
playing
can
of the
figure out
hotel
tip menu stuff on
of
her stream.
incidents above and media gives the appearance of an angry, hostile person who is entitled.
So judge is reading these out loud
And it's
No,
just like,
it's
can you
me.
clarify?
in front of
A little
Diddy.
bigger.
And do you feel like they're
I feel like, okay, so I was trying to watch both. Diddy's actually more deadpan during these moments. It's usually the hotel footage that seems to get a little head shake no.
it gets something out of him?
Yeah,
So
otherwise
weird.
people are like, yeah, I saw the headlines, I saw this. My wife was like, did he do it? Did he not? OMG. Not much. It's kind of just deadpan. But I will say the jurors look slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Now, speaking with another juror, the judge reads, just to remind you, the question about have you read, seen, or heard anything about this case? And the last sentence here is, well, I'll just read the entire answer. You said, I know through the media that Sean Combs is accused of illegal activities related to human trafficking and extortion. I understand that a producer of his alleges that Mr. Combs may have forced him into sexual relations that were non-consensual, and that Mr. Combs was also accused of engaging in sex
But I wanna
with
make it, like-
underage participants against their will. Where did you get that information? With this one, Diddy, I perceived a little head shake no. Yeah. I do think that it was been a very depressing week. I know a lot of news headlines were pointing it out, but the amount of women and even men that were on the stand for further questioning. Now, because Diddy is accused of essay crimes, they have to ask, like, have you been essayed? Because it could form a bias that they need to at least
I think
know
right
about.
here
It
I want to
doesn't
do like what your
automatically
level
disqualify
is.
someone,
So
but
not a
it's just
battery
something
will
that they
make
need
it
to
something
know.
else.
The amount of people that
Like
have been
make it
essayed in
hurt or
their
something like
lifetime,
that.
it just is like one after another, after another. One older juror states, the situation was a dentist that my parents
know
had
if I want
gone
to
to
even- I
and they
don't know if
didn't
I
pay
want that
them.
there.
And they
Actually, I
ended up
kinda like
sending
it
me
there.
there and I
I do
ended
like
up
it
working
there.
for them for that. This is a very blurry authority versus a person who is not paying for their dental bill. I developed confusion about obligations, about
Poor
authority,
juror.
which, you know, I went to a lot of, I guess you could call it therapy about it to become more alert and more aware of boundaries around these types of situations. She was molested by the dentist. This happened in the 70s.
Like that could
Another
work.
juror reports
That
that
could
they
be
were
like the
essayed by
levels,
family
maybe?
members when they were like 8 years old. Another was essayed during college.
It's a
by
dating
neighbor.
sim,
Another,
so-
their daughter was essayed. Another was there was attempted essay by a random person on the street. And the most depressing part of it is not even just the sheer amount of people that have those traumatic life experiences, is the fact that a lot of them do report that they didn't go to the police about it. I mean, they don't go further into it, but you can imagine
Hi,
it's just,
puppy.
what are the police gonna do? That's the feeling. One Marine
Okay.
vet, he came out, he looked like a sports dad. So I was trying to understand the vibe, such a weird word, of each juror as they came out for individual questioning. He looked like a sports dad. He looked kind of buff. He's a Marine
I think I
veteran.
want to have like a little.
His wife was also in the Marines.
thing
And he tells
down.
the judge, my wife was a uniformed victim
not on
advocate
there,
in the Marine
but
Corps in South
I want to
Carolina.
take this, but move it down
She's in the Marine
here.
Corps. We both were. And he admits, yes, potentially,
Just-
I would be biased in this towards an alleged victim. And the judge excuses him
Nice.
for cause, thanks him for his service,
Okay,
and
we'll
thanks
just
him for
put a
being there. But
little-
it was a very interesting moment of having a very buff, statured guy walk up there, a Marine vet, and in front of Diddy say, yeah, I'm going to be biased towards the victim. there were a lot of people who have had experiences with DV. One juror states that their sister was a victim of DV. Another had friends that were ultimately deceased from DV. So it's just like back to back to back.
I think I want to have like
And
an
another
item
juror,
that
she seemed, at least
is
in my
like their
opinion,
personality,
traumatized by even
or like their
having to
little
answer the
symbol
jury
or
duty
something.
questionnaire. She was asked why she wrote no on the questionnaire about seeing Diddy on TV, and then later took it back and said, I actually did see him. And she said, because I'd been
Like
through all those
color
things before, so
palette.
I didn't want to talk about it. You said that you had been through those things. What do you mean? What I mean is I've been traumatized. It was in a war. It was a lot of things. She was older. It was lots of things. We went through this when I was there.
Yeah.
She was excused. So a lot of the testimonies were just, not testimonies, but questionings were.
I mean, that would be
incredibly
my reason.
raw
I
and
could not.
difficult to get
I
through.
couldn't
There were
be
a lot of
unbiased
medical concerns, a
on
lot
this
of people
jury.
that were very sick. One woman, she has ocular migraine, so she needs to take breaks, put her hands above her eyes, and rest for her vision to come back. Another juror has 7 stents in their heart and has to take medications that would make it nearly impossible for them to come here and serve on the jury every day. And I think the very jolting part about watching and listening to the jury selection questions is I feel like we meet a lot of people in our daily lives, but to have everyone's life encapsulated in a 10-minute, like they go through their most traumatic moments, they explain their job, their occupation, they talk about other random facts like my cousin is a law enforcement officer,
Like a little.
I have a degree in psychology. So it
Yeah.
feels like you get a very deep
Put a box
snapshot,
like
not
this,
just like
but
the
I wanna
pretty
move it
resume,
somewhere else.
but like all of the aspects of what makes someone who they are in 10 minutes. And it also is just so just depressing after depressing after depressing.
Yeah.
And I think that's why this next incident became, I guess, a more funny moment in court, although I don't think it's funny. I think it just everything is so depressing. A slightly older woman walks into the courtroom, a juror, and at least from my impression, from the other side of the courtroom, she appears very timid in her body language.
Like how old is she?
50, 60.
Okay.
She sits down next to the judge. She's one of the dozens of jurors that's going to be questioned. The judge says in question 9B, the question was, would you be able to listen to and discuss matters of a sexual nature with fellow jurors? And your answer to that was no.
Here,
And you gave a
yeah.
reason for it. And is it okay if I ask you about that while you're sitting here? Sure. Her voice is like, sure, like kind of shaky. What was the reason for your no answer?
We'll put
a
something.
very-
We'll put like the profile right
Shakes it.
here.
It sounds like her voice is breaking. I'm a very sensitive person, and I could faint or black out. When I was in junior high school, during the health education class, the teacher brought up,
I feel like she's
it
valid
shouldn't
for
have been,
this.
but they brought up blowjobs, and I actually fainted.
Why'd they bring
And the
that
teacher
up?
and everybody surrounded me and said, what's going on here? And I was so embarrassed, I said I fell asleep when I didn't. And so I feel that if I were to come into mental contact with something similar, I wouldn't be able to speak coherently, and I wouldn't be a good juror. She is excused. I think that was
Poor
a very
lady.
notable moment in the courtroom. An older woman was asked about how she responded to a question if she could be fair and impartial. And she says that she does have a level of anxiety about the idea of being on the jury. She says, it's a very unfamiliar situation, I guess. It's not very familiar, it's unfamiliar. It's an unfamiliar environment, and I'm not used to being listened to intently and to having my answers matter very much.
Wow.
In question 9, you were asked if there's anything in the nature of evidence or graphic videos and photographs, including videos of physical violence, that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial. You said no, but you answered, I cannot predict my response and what the images will be. What did you mean by that? I've seen people die in front of me, like I watched somebody get run over by a train. There have been a few other situations in my life I've seen horrible things actually happen, and I was okay with it. Not okay with it, but it didn't become a second problem. When something utterly horrible happens in front of me, I tend to shut down or just kind of call 911 or anything like that, but I guess in a video it's detached. So she's saying like she's not 100% confident, but she assumes she'd be fine. Another juror raises concerns.
I mean, that's fair.
You know, the only thing that I was input in the prior question is that, to me, you have the life of somebody on your hands. So to me, this is a very difficult part. I don't know. I think I can do it, but it's something that I have to be very sure that that person, you know,
Yeah.
I want
I will say
sticking
that the
out
media is
here,
reporting a lot of
but
jurors just didn't want to be there and didn't want to serve.
can
I
just be
actually
like a
didn't necessarily get
bonus
that
info
being in the
panel
courtroom.
here.
I think the transcripts do kind of read that way. I'm sure a lot of them just looked annoyed to be in jury duty, but they didn't. It wasn't like they were coming up with a million excuses to try and leave. They just seemed kind of like, I don't know if I can do 8 weeks because I'm gonna lose my job, I'm gonna have financial hardship, like I can't. A lot of people seemed relatively neutral, if not like, oh yeah, I mean, I guess jury duty, right? But there was one juror where I felt, I'm like, I don't think this woman wants to be here at all. She walks in and she tells the judge she has a new
Maybe she
scheduling
was eating
conflict.
mangoes,
Her
I don't
son is
know.
graduating high school and
They
she
had
wants to be
tahini
there.
on
It's the
them.
second week of June. Trial is supposed to go into July. The judge starts asking her, what day? I don't recall.
But now I want Cheetos.
On a Friday? I don't remember.
Damn.
Okay, what time of day is it? It starts, I think, around 10 or 12. And you don't know the day, like it's a Wednesday, Thursday. I don't recall. Which week is it? I can't say. I don't remember. Okay, well, you clearly thought about this after you did your questionnaire.
What the
But you
heck?
didn't go look to see what the date was or what the time was or any of the details of the event? Well, I rely on my son to tell me these things, and he didn't yet. He says he didn't know it himself yet. But I remember when my first one was graduating, it was around this time. All right, where does your son go to school? Like, where is it? In the city?
Lol.
It's in Westchester. They move on, and the judge asks her if there's anything else she needs to change from her questionnaire. She says, I think there was. I don't know. So there were questions about violence and graphic. Yes. Images and stuff like that, so I don't think I can do that. Why? I'm battling depression right now, and I don't think that's going to help in my recovery. Which, side note, this is not me insinuating.
Sure,
Like, I think that's a very
but-
real thing. But then the next part, the judge says, all right, so in your questionnaire, why did you say that you did not have a problem looking at that type of material? I don't know, I was overwhelmed. I didn't realize. I didn't know about the case at all.
What?
All right, anything further that you wanted to change in your questionnaire? I didn't know about the case then. Now I do. What did you see? It was music. It was a song that I heard about the case. How did you come upon hearing this song? It was on like a Russian comedy channel. She does get excused for cause. I did find the Russian comedy channel.
Wait, what?
It's just
what?
like a SNL skit vibe. of Diddy.
What?
Oh.
And I was
so
she's like, yeah, I saw that
confused.
now.
Oh.
It did seem like she wanted to get out of it. Maybe she wanted to get out, at least to me. Maybe she wanted to get out of it because it's too much, too intense mentally, and she was just looking for any reason. I think that could be the
I
case.
mean, that's fair.
Okay.
One thing that I do think is very
I feel like
interesting,
if
and
you
I don't
feel-
even
I
think
feel
there's
like
any
if
sort
you
of
think
measure
that
we'll have
you-
at the end of the trial for this. There
I feel
were
like you should just be
moments, and I
able
was
to
talking to
recuse
my
yourself
researchers, so it's
if
not
you
just me.
feel
There were
like
moments
you're not
where
gonna be good.
it's like in the back of your mind, right? I felt like I made eye contact with Diddy, and of course, like there's other things I'm thinking about. I'm taking my notes, but then in the back of my mind, like once or twice,
low-key worried
it's like,
for her.
oh yeah, this guy is famous. Like it's just
Like,
it's just
girl,
like a
you
thing,
good?
like because you see him on TV, you see him on screens.
You're
you
not
hear
gonna get
people talk
mad,
about him,
right?
and then it's a reminder of like, oh, whoa, this is the
Evil
same
kid.
person in the courtroom. These are the same people, right?
Scary
Now,
evil kitty.
I don't know. I think it would be interesting to psychologically study the jurors for that. I don't think they can, but you get what I'm saying. Of during individual questioning of the jurors, there are so many times where it looks like Diddy is trying so hard to connect with them. Maybe he just likes to connect with people. Maybe it's for his case. He would seemingly sympathetically nod his head as jurors talk about hardships that they go through, or if a juror has an awkwardly cute or funny moment, he would sometimes smile. I mean, it's not like a big toothy grin, but he's smiling. So for example, one juror is asked if she knows any people on the peoples and places list, and she says, I don't, but I wish I did, and he's smiling at her.
Can you explain the people in some places list?
Okay, so there are a list of like over 100 people and places that the jurors, this is not public information, everyone on that list, the jurors have to go through and they have to tell the judge if they personally know any people or places on these lists. I'm going to go into who they are. When the group questioning takes place, at least on the second day of jury selection, Diddy pivots his chair. So the jurors come and they all sit down in the front of
Weird.
the courtroom on the right side. So now they're like directly in front of us because we're on the right side. And they're facing left. So we see their side profiles. Diddy sees, like if he twists, he'll see all of their faces. And it's tiered, you know, so it's rows. and he's just giving them undivided attention. So they have a mic and they go one by one and they rapid fire. Like, I'm 34, this is where I work. They have to answer a list of questions that they're given.
Maybe this
and
could
then they
be
pass
like
the mic, and the next person, and the next person.
their favorite
At
gift
points
or
he's
something.
craning his neck to get a better look at the jurors while they're speaking. When someone makes a joke, he genuinely giggles like they're at a dinner party. And I'm like, I was just thinking in that moment, and I think this is unrelated, but how does that affect jurors? Because at the end of the day, I think psychologically humans are somewhat drawn to people that are perhaps famous.
Yeah, in a way, he's giving them this attention.
He even
right?
met the
Does that, like,
Muppets, no.
psychologically
Play anything. Yes, because...
And then I guess also like the whole thing is they're supposed to be non-biased.
Yes.
They're trying to not to judge him innocent
Yes.
until proven guilty. And then he's here being a really good sport, charming, who's laughing at their jokes, devoting his attention to them. Does that change their
Yes.
view of Diddy?
And I know what people are going to say. They're going to say, if I was on that jury, it would not change my view, right?
But that's why you wouldn't be on
you
that
wouldn't get
jury.
to that point.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you would have been weeded out if you're biased against Diddy to that level. So coming from like if they're a neutral, unbiased stance, does that even play a role? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's valid. That's a good point.
There is another moment during group questioning where, so they all have to answer if they have adult children where their adult children work, so there's no, I guess, conflict of interest or any bias. One of the jurors states that her daughter retired as an executive from United Healthcare.
Oh.
And my eyes went straight to Mark, and because he and his wife are representing Luigi Mangione. At least from my perspective, it did seem
Actually,
like
should
Kenny
it
and
be?
Mark
I'm
and
gonna
Niccolo
do
shared
this
a
little
look.
speech
It
bubble
looked like
situation.
A,
Let's
it
do a
didn't
little
look
speech
panicked, it didn't
bubble.
look crazy. It just was like, oh, but it was interesting nonetheless.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the people and places list. It's just a lengthy list. So far from all of every juror that was the first day, they didn't ask personally. So every juror that came
Okay,
in
I
was
just
like,
kind of
yeah,
drew everything together.
Kanye.
Hello.
Everyone's like, how does everybody know Kanye personally? And then once they're verifying,
How
do
does
you them
everyone know
personally, or
Kanye
you just recognize their
personally?
name as a celebrity? They're like, okay, yes, I recognize their name as a celebrity. So
Please.
far, here's the list of people. Number 38 is Chance Combs, which is Diddy's daughter. Christian Combs, Diddy's son. Lorianne Gibson, a choreographer. Kanye West. Michael B. Jordan, which one of the jurors does mistake him for the basketball player. Lauren London,
Is
an
he
actress who
not the
dated
basketball
Nipsey
player?
Hussle before his passing. Kid Cudi, Mike Myers, the actor and comedian. Aubrey O'Day, Harvey Pierre, that's the producer. These are people that are like directly related to Diddy, and there's allegations or there's situations. Dawn Richards, Cassie Ventura, Michelle Williams, the singer from Destiny's Child, Dallas Austin, Young Miami. It's been reported, so the main connection that people are focusing on is Mike Myers, because
Wait,
no
Mike
one really
Myers?
knows, like, why.
What the
we don't know
hell?
if the connection is deeper. It doesn't
Why is
seem
Mike
like there's a
Myers
deep
there?
Connection. And then it's reported that Michael
That's
B.
so
Jordan
fucking
went on a date
random.
with Cassie, which Diddy was reportedly upset by, allegedly. And then obviously Kid Cudi, his car was blown up allegedly. Diddy blew up his car. And the rest, I imagine a lot of them don't have sinister connections, as some people are making it appear. Like, I don't think this is the Diddy's list that,
Yeah.
but I guess we'll find out. So a lot of people are now guessing what's next because opening statements are coming Monday. Some people are commenting, I'm guessing Mark and Teddy
Today,
are going to focus on the sex
today,
trafficking.
they happen today.
And then Emily is going to be on drugs and drug use. Brian Steele, the RICO racketeering focus. Nicole Westmoreland will probably concentrate on cross-examining female witnesses. Alexandra Shapiro is this netizen's favorite. She seems to be the expert, but I'm not sure what she and Xavier Donaldson will focus on. That's the netizen comment. And so with that, we just have to wait for Monday for opening statements to start.
So they haven't narrowed down to the 12.
No, and the
Okay.
6 alternates, not yet. So they're going to do that on Monday, and then opening statements will start right after.
Mm.
So right now there's 45. And at this point, up until this point, every time the defense doesn't want someone on the jury or the prosecutors don't want someone on the jury, they have to tell the judge, I don't want them for this reason.
Yeah.
The judge can disagree. The judge can be like, yeah, your reason is dumb, or no, that doesn't apply. But so they fight it out. Or maybe sometimes they both agree, which in that case, the judge will strike that juror. But now each of them have 6 strikes. They can take out 6 jurors without explanation, without reason.
So 45 minus 6 and 6, that's 12. So 45 minus 12 would be 33 people left
Yes,
after
yeah.
they just knock out 12.
But I do think that there's more questionings too for any potential strikes as well. They just have to narrow down to 12 and then 6 alternates. But I think it'd be interesting to see who they strike out, just because they're like, I don't want to give a reason. It's interesting. So a lot of decisions will be made on Monday, and I will be in the courthouse, and I will be right here right after, and I will see you then.
Damn. Bruh. That's crazy. Wait, no, not you. You. Damn. That's actually so fucking crazy. I still can't believe she got in. I mean, like, I'm glad that she did. It's just crazy that she got in. Yay, queen. Okay, I think this needs to be hearts also. We need some balance going on here. There. Yeah. That's balanced better now. I'm happy with this. Wait. Yes. Yeah. No. Yes. No. No. I want this to be lower. Yeah, that's good. Okay. That's good. Want this to move. I feel like this should be... No. That works though. That works. That works. That works. That looks better. Okay. Okay, I'm thinking something like that for the profile. I feel like that can be cute. Yeah. That's a good question. Let's find out. It's not out yet. It's not out yet. She said daily videos would be happening after today, so I'm guessing it'll be out tomorrow. Okay. Okay, we got yeah, okay. Refocusing on this, we might actually do lore here in a second. It needs one more finger so it'll look like AI. True, maybe then it will actually do well in the algorithm. We'll just... Here, we'll just do this chat. We'll just do... Boom. AI. That's how those ones that always do so well on fucking Twitter or whatever that have like 100,000 fucking likes on them, and then you look closer at it and you're like, hold on. Even better is just unicorn. Fuck. I think I'll do a full border as well. Okay, yeah, sure. Just super noisy outside. That works. That's fun. Okay. I just want it to be centered. Just let me center it. There. Centered. I think I do want it to be a little wider though. I want it to be wider than the actual thing. Okay. Now center that. Hold on. Now center. Center that. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Nice. Okay, back to this, now that we've done some of that. Let's refamiliarize ourselves with the fucking lore here, okay, chat? Okay. So, our protagonist is, well, whoever's playing the game, really, but you're playing as the new half-elf student, okay? Your main goal is to build a chosen family. So the thing with the game is you can be friends or date with people. That's, I'm thinking, what it'll be. You can be friends, you can date, like, I guess, what should the end game be? I guess, well, okay, it's also, other than the plot, because part of it is also, like, uncovering the mystery or whatever of the lore, by becoming friends with everyone and stuff. But I'm like, should it be, like, you can move people into your dorm? Like, should there be, like, a dorm situation where it's, like, you can have a dorm to, like, what should be, like, the secondary goal? I am gonna make it so you can date more than one. So, there you can be poly if you want. So you can have a harem, yes. Or instead of, like, dorm rooms, should it be more of, like, a sorority, the clubhouse? Should it be you get access to the clubhouse and everyone gets, like, an area in the clubhouse? Maybe I should make a separate... Okay, let me just keep reading. Okay, protagonist. New half-elf student. Main goal. Build a chosen family. Wants... love, safety, belonging, wholesome. Okay, motivation, solve childhood mystery, story setup, new student joins school and is made to join a club. Club leader isn't happy with the new competition. New student went to school to avoid being kicked out and learn about childhood incident from old family friend who attends the school. The setting is at an elf college. It's an alternative version of Earth where there's elves. It's light fantasy genre. The locations will be the academy campus, the dorms, the clubs, the libraries, the bathroom. I think we were still coming up with more spots. Date spots we came up with so far: cafe, park, dinner, Netflix and chill, graveyard. We can come up with more of those for sure. Antagonist is the club leader, and then extras: family friend, other club leader. We have a dorm mate, we have Sage's twin, we have Siji's boyfriend and girlfriend, and then we have an aunt. Okay, and then what else do we have so far? Main route, hook, sets story in motion. We arrive at school and join a club, meet the other club members and leader. First plot turn is club leader seems to hate you. Things get awkward. Okay. So, let's look at our characters again before we do anything else. So, we've got... These are our side... These are the people that we're gonna meet that are potential love interests that are not, like, the club leader or whatever. Let's see. How have we... Okay, so we've got a bunch of different stuff for their, like, romance meters and, like, their likes and dislikes here. Let's see. We've got height, age, sign. We have wisdom. We have charisma. We have gender. We have the horny level, the awkward level, the jealous level. We have their sexuality. We have what club they're in. We have if they're a top, a bottom, a verse, or dom, sub, or switch. So we've got that. We've got 2 in alchemy, 2 in botany. Okay, and then we've got the next ones here. And those are the 2 club leaders. We have botany and alchemy. The fuck is Harper's? What is that? What did the other ones are self-explanatory. What the fuck did we mean? What did we mean by that? It's just elves. Just elves. Keeping it simple, just doing elves. What the fuck did we mean by... Okay. It's definitely not LARPers. It has to be music, right? Or something? Girl, what the fuck did we mean by that? Yeah, love language is song, so it must be music. Okay, music. That's music for sure. And then we've got archery. Cool. Okay, so we got the 2 club leaders. We have a dorm mate. We have the family friend. So the 2 clubs we get to choose in the beginning are either botany or alchemy, I think is what we were doing. And then one of these club leaders hates you, I think. Okay, then we have the side characters here. We have your dorm mate's boyfriend and girlfriend. We have your aunt. we have one of the other, this is just a love interest, yeah. Just another one's twin. And then we can create more later. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's what we've got so far. So let's just make a brainstorming page here so that we can brainstorm plots separately. Whichever club you choose, that club leader will hate you. That's what I was thinking. Yes, there can be an enemies to fucking plot, yes. Trying to think. I think I'm trying to think of what the gameplay loop should look like first. Like, what do I want the gameplay loop to look like? Because I think working backwards from that might be good, because I want it to be fun to play first. So I think it will be like, get gifts, give gifts, wait, this is, I'm not exactly gonna do the standard model. I kind of just want it to be fun despite that. I kind of want it to be like you can go to different locations and people will be at different locations and then you can kind of talk to them, or you can go to places they will be. Maybe you can kind of get in contact with them. No, not a heart. Okay, Uncock. Unlock. Okay. Okay. Yes, this is the loop. This is the loop. This is the loop, and then there's offshoots from the loop. Yes. Yes. Does this make sense? Does this make any sense? Or is my brain too big right now? So, so the nice part about this is you can drop in at any point here. So you, let's say you drop into a new location. You go to that new location, you meet a new character, you chat and you hang out, you learn the gift, you get and find gifts, you give them gifts, you become better friends, then you unlock a new location, you keep doing that until you unlock more characters, and then it would move on to the next gameplay loop, probably, which would be like the late game play loop, like the later end game gameplay loop, which would be where it moves on to like maybe the decorating the club or adding people to the club or something like that. So like the offshoots, so like after you become better friends, you get new info, new interactions, new dates, and then you relationship root or friend root would be past that point. Thinking. So, I don't think there's gonna be a time limit. I think it will be more of like just as the route progresses, time will pass sort of thing. It's not that there's gonna be a time limit, it's more of just gonna be like once you go down certain routes of the plot, like you're just going down that path, and to replay you'd have to go down a different path. Like, this is the gameplay loop to upgrade and stuff. Thank you! Nice, nice. Ugh. Almost 2 years. Let's go. But yeah, I think it's just gonna be like, there's gonna be, that's why we have the, on the other one, there's like the, if it goes back, Jesus. That's why we have the main route, we have the evil route, we have each of their individual, like, relationship routes. But yeah, we have, like, main route, evil route, going with different people routes. Yeah. So, yeah. Main route, evil route, there's a good end, a neutral end, and a bad end for each of those. So the main route will have a good end, neutral end, and bad end, and then the evil route will have a good end, neutral end, and bad end. So yeah. Or I'll probably have it be. Anyway, that's, yeah. We'll have a few different turns in the story. I think you made that up. I don't think we decided that she was going to be an antagonist. Unless... Oh, hey! Hold up. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, we got lore. We got more lore. I found more lore. We found lore. I forgot that we did that. Okay, we got this. Let me just swap that so it's their lore showing. I don't think we... Did we do anything for them? I don't think we did. So no, I don't think there's anything for the ant yet. But we have lore for them. Okay. So for Puck. Oh yeah. Blank killed my grandma. I forgot we did that. Okay, so these are all their problems that we can uncover. Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot we did that. What? We're so funny. Okay, did we have anything for them? I don't think we have anything. Yeah, we hadn't planned any lore for them yet. She's just super jealous, is what it is. Super jealous and no charisma. Okay. That's what we did. Right, it was a long time ago. Okay. Yeah. Back here. Okay, off of this. Learn more about learn more about past event. Was it just that? Oh, it was way further back than that. It was a long time ago. um. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, my brain is fried. Ooh. I feel like you can just unlock outfits. Aw, cute. It is cute. I like the music too. Just realized I need to shut the window. Ooh, my foot's asleep. Ah, fuck. Ah, no. Ugh. God damn. Just realized it's like 9 o'clock. Ugh. How is it already 9 o'clock? Oh my god, it's so late. The loop is definitely looping. The loop is good. The loop is good. Yeah. Okay. I'm liking this. I'm gonna make this a separate layer. Okay. Boop. Okay. I say let's brainstorm some of what the fuck the, like, plot, like, what exactly is the secret, not exactly the secret, but like, what is exactly some of the, like, do we have any, what's this? This is just the layout for other plot structures. Do we have anything secret? We have secrets. Aha! She's just snobby. Oh wait, no, the great aunt. Great aunt is the snobby one. Not the hot aunt. The great aunt. Okay. Okay. Now we have lore. Yeah, there's a doggy drinking kitty water. Hello. How do we just unlock just Monica? Dude, should I have a character that's like that? Also, when are they releasing another game? Weren't they gonna release another game? Ooh. Okay, let's steal this. Where is it? Where did I put it? Is it right here? Secret. Copy. Copy secret. Okay. Secret time. It's the main plot, so okay, so what do we know about this? Okay, so parents went missing at age 10. So we need to break this down. Parents missing. Okay, sent to live with snobby aunt, forced into the school, blah, blah, blah. The snobby aunt's kind of irrelevant, but we can do live with snobby, or we'll just do great aunt. Okay. Parents went missing, live with great aunt. Family friend was the only one to witness disappearance. Okay. Family friend saw okay. Wait, actually do this. Okay. So they were last seen leaving birthday party. We need to come back to this birthday party. We need to know more about that birthday party. Okay. lasting leaving birthday party with mystery woman. Okay. I say we work backwards. Where the fuck did they go? What happened to the parents? What do we think happened to the parents? Okay. Good job, you made it. I'm proud of you. Also, before it gets too late, Lemon, I'm gonna sing for you before it gets too late and before we start locking in on this plot here. Happy birthday. Wait, hold on. Let me swap screens. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lemon. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Hopefully you'll be here for the tomorrow. Yay, happy birthday. Soul's like, what happened? Ugh. Also, why is my iPad brightness so low? Hurt my eyeballs. Back. Oh, perfect! It's actually your birthday then. Works out. Let's fucking go. I think I might throw a meal in the oven. Actually, I think I'll just have top ramen when I get off stream. I'm like kind of hungry, but I'm like, it's too much work right now. Ramen after I'm off is, I think, the Salulu here. Well, it'll be a later one, so might work out. Or ice cream. Am I still getting sick if I eat late? No, not anymore, thankfully. Thankfully. Honey ramen? No, probably just some curry ramen. Curry ramen's my go-to. It's so good. I love curry ramen. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I know. If anyone wants to hang out with me on their birthday and tell me it's their birthday, I will sing for them. Honey ramen. What would that even taste like? I'm like that. I could fuck with it. Like the honey butter chips. If you could put that into ramen, I would fuck with that flavor. I feel like it'd work. Ooh, fun. Which convention are you going to? I wish, for some reason, this year has been really weird for conventions, so hopefully yours does not get hit with the same curse that the last few have been hit by. Because SakuraCon had the fire, and then I forget who, was it MagCon? I forget who had the fucking plumage leak, the pipes burst. Bruh. Hopefully Alberta's better. The ones in America have been a nightmare, though. My god. Ooh, a zest of lemon. That's, yeah. God damn it. God damn it, Stalker. That's so annoying. Dude, you should watch. It's probably because I commented on that video. If it's the one I'm thinking of, there was a video about SakuraCon. I commented on it because there was like way more info in that video than I even knew happened. So like when I make my vlog, I will absolutely be linking to that video and adding a section of my video talking about it because it's so much worse than I thought it was. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm with you on the first part. I think the second, we could maybe do a time travel thing. I don't think it should be the aunt, though, because I don't think she would be a mystery woman. I feel like people would still recognize her if it was her. So I feel like it should be someone else. I feel like it should be a separate character than the ones we have here already. It would have to be someone no one would recognize. She could be a red herring, though. I do like that. I was thinking we could have some people have a racism thing with the half elf. Do like a Harry Potter situation. But you know, not like J.K. Rowling does, because somehow she like just doesn't understand her own allegory, which is crazy, but whatever. I feel like it'll probably lean more towards like classism than it will racism, just because that seems more like how elves would act. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like it will be more like, I don't know. We'll flesh it out. We'll flesh it out. I think we'll need to find a character to flesh it out more with that like cares about that, and then we can flesh out that. Yeah. No, I'm definitely gonna probably fuck with it a little offline so that you guys don't know everything. I'll probably change a few things, cause yeah. Okay. Let's just gonna copy and paste that and make it its own thing. Okay. Okay, ideas. Ant is red herring. Okay, I need to write smaller. And it is red herring for mystery woman. Okay, how is she the red herring? If it is a time travel thing, she could be time traveling still, but for a different reason. What would the other reason? She's a ginger. No. I feel like it wouldn't. I feel like, yeah, it would just be like heavily regulated, because if you time travel, you fuck with like the space-time continuum and shit will start breaking if you mess with it, because it's like the type where if you go back and do something different, it will change the future. Like, that's how time travel works. So time traveling is, like, regulated. So why is she going back? What is the reason she would be going back? Or is she going back? I feel like it should be a completely unrelated thing to the parents. It should be like the aunt is time traveling. What would be the reason? She's the age that she's at. She's the age that she's at. She's going back in time. What would be the reason that she's going back in time? At her age. What do we have written about the aunt? Do we have anything written about the aunt? I don't think we have anything written about the aunt, do we? We don't. She's an alumni donor. Well, the tie to the parents would be the time travel. The time travel itself is the tie to the parents, because they'll catch her time traveling in some way or whatever, and that will make them think that she's time traveling to the parents. Okay, I'm thinking she's going back to make herself rich or commit a crime of some type that benefits herself. Something like the invest in the lottery. I think that she's going back to do something that she wants to hide, but it has to be something that's like kind of insignificant and self-serving. I almost want it to be super petty. Like she's going back in time to like sign off on her own homework or some shit. Like, not that, but you know, like, Jean, we thought of the same thing. That's funny. It could be like, she's going back in time. Time travel can't work that way. I think time travel has to work in the Ben 10 way of like the things happen because they've already happened. I think it has to work that way. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense why she's going back. It can still be regulated just because it's too dangerous. Or whatever. Or maybe it's just too difficult. It actually, I'm gonna make it so it's just too hard. Most people just don't have the ability to do it. Like, most people just don't know how to. So that's why most people can't do it. So I think she's going back in time to make herself wealthy. And that's why she's wealthy. It makes more sense that it does work out, though. Because what would be the reason it wouldn't work out? The whole point of this is that it's a red herring. It doesn't need to be much more depth than a dead end. Like, it's supposed to be a dead end. So, like, the whole goal is to uncover, like, oh, what is the aunt doing in regards to the parents? Nothing. She's doing her own thing. That's kind of the point. And then no more investigation needs to be done down that rabbit hole. Because if it doesn't work out, then, like, that leads to, like, them having to stop her, because then it would be a further thing that they would have to intervene with. It doesn't make sense to have the plot continue to follow her. So I think it just needs to end at that point. That makes the most sense. Okay. Okay, time travel is suspicious for a different reason. Going back in time to... I think we'll do like a combination of the fixing her grades in turn causes her to be rich because she gets some position because of it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's as simple as it needs to be. Oh my god, no. Hi, baby. It's a good boy. It's a good boy. Not a time desk. Okay. Cool. Aunt is a red herring. Perfect. I like that little side plot. That's cute. So where the fuck are the actual parents? Where did they actually go? I don't think we need to figure out who the mystery woman is yet. So let's figure out where they went. Are they alive? Are the parents alive? I think that's the first question. Are the parents alive or not? And if they are alive, are they both alive? Because it's been a while. It depends on the ending. I like that. That could be the case. I feel like whether or not they're dead is depending on the ending works. However, we need to make it so that whatever happened to them could lead to either outcome and they would still not have shown back up. So dead or what? Okay, they're either dead, imprisoned, let's do captive. Dead, captive, or I'm gonna do a secret third option where one of them is dead and the other one is run away. Yeah. No, the ant's not involved. The ant is not involved with this. The ant's doing her own thing. So I'm thinking that they go Okay, I think in one okay, one both dead. The woman killed them. That's easy, obvious. Okay. Both of them are dead and the woman killed them. 2. Both dead. And the woman is dead. Someone else killed all 3. I'm just gonna come up with a few different endings here, and honestly, I think we can use all of them. So, Okay. Both are dead. The woman killed them. Both dead, and the woman is dead. Someone else killed all three. Three. Both captured the woman, took them somewhere. Ooh. Or wait, somewhere to someone. Both hiding because they killed the woman. Hold up, I'm cooking. Or dad killed mom with woman and ran away. Or 6, mom killed dad and woman and ran away. Okay. I feel like these are the logical endings here. Either both of them are dead and the woman killed them. Both of them are dead and the woman is dead. Someone else killed all three. Both of them are captured. The woman took them somewhere else to someone else. Both of them are hiding because they both killed the woman together. Or the dad killed the mom with the woman and they ran away together. Or the mom killed the dad and the woman and she ran away. Okay, so why is this happening? Okay, so the reasons people kill others is love, money, and anger. What's the ending we missed? Oh, right, the mom ran away with the woman. Okay, well then we have to have one where dad killed both of the women. We're missing 2 endings, actually. Okay. Okay, so down killed mom with woman and ran away, or mom killed dad with woman and ran away, or dad killed mom and woman and ran away. There we go. Oh, you did leave a clue. I missed it. Okay, so I'm thinking there's definitely some type of 3-way relationship happening with this mystery third woman. I think there's gotta be, it's some type of polycule situation and it's gone wrong. Either, I think she's pregnant. I think this bitch is pregnant. I think that's what's happening. I think the third woman is the third, she's like the third person in the relationship and she got pregnant. Girl, that's a club. That's not a person. Well, no, because this happened when the main character was 10. So the main characters already exist at this point when this is happening. What? What are you guys talking about right now? No. We've lost the plot. I don't know even what you're at. What? Okay. Okay. Mystery. I can't. Wow. And God. Yeah, I feel like some of them are just obviously jealousy plots, like both of them are dead. The woman killed them. She got mad because he didn't choose her. Both dead and the woman is dead. Someone else killed all 3. We'll come back to. Both captured. The woman took them somewhere to someone. Also we'll come back to. 4. both hiding because they killed the woman. They're just covering up their mess, right? Dad killed the mom with the woman and they ran away. Mom was in the middle of their relationship and they were planning to run away together. Mom killed the dad and the woman and ran away. That's just pure, she's mad he got her pregnant, kills all of them. Mom kills the dad with the woman and run away. They hate him. Maybe dad's abusive and they decide to go be lesbians and raise the child together. Dad kills mom and the woman and run away. He doesn't want anything to do with any of this. He's done with all of this drama and he just wants out and he's gonna go start new life. Okay? So, these two are the ones we need to focus on. There's no Snake King. Who's the fourth person? We can also have a murder-suicide. I can have that be the final one where it's like... Obviously, that is a good option as well. The family friend is 13. So that wouldn't really make sense. She was 13! The family friend just saw, like, from a distance. Because I think it was, like, her birthday or something. We'll figure out whose birthday it was and, like, how she saw it and everything. But she was just 13, so I don't think she's involved with this. She's just a family friend, so, like, I don't think... Her only relation to this is that she saw them walk out of the birthday party. No, I think we have to introduce another man into the situation. Someone related to the mystery woman. Not like related, but like someone who she knows. Like someone, like maybe it's her dad. It could be like someone who's like, someone who's mad about the situation for whatever reason. What are the reason that someone would be mad? Who, what fourth party or third party, whatever. What other person would be mad about this and for what reason? True, Gene. Wait. I think you might be onto something. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. I like this. This is good. Mm-hmm. Because then we've circled back around to that prejudice plot point with the main character being mixed race. Well, mixed species? What would we call that? Is this a real criminal case? No. This is a story we're making up. Hybrid, yes. I like that. That's good. Hello! Welcome! I like that. I'm glad that we've come up with a slur already, chat. This is a good job. I'm proud of us. I'm proud of us that our lore has... It contains a slur now. In lore slur. God damn it. I mean, it's better than Mudblood, I think, personally. Okay, I like this. This is good. This is good. Do we... Oh my god. Who is the mystery woman? Who is the mystery woman? Like, it's not obviously one of the characters because they're all in college or whatever, and it's not the aunt, so it's obviously like another person, but like, who in relation, like, what's their position in relation to the main character? Because I feel like it should be someone that they know. Like, is it a teacher? Is it a teacher? Is it... It could be someone who the aunt is friends with, maybe. Like one of the aunt's friends. That could work. It can't be the headmaster. I feel like it has to be someone who's a slightly off to the side. See? Stop. I feel like it's gotta be like... It's someone who can potentially be missing. But who can go missing without anyone noticing? Like, it's someone who would have had to have been missing for years. Just like how the main character's parents have been missing. It's been like 10 years since they went missing. So it's someone who the main character would know about, but wouldn't regularly interact with, so they wouldn't notice if they've been missing. That's why it would make sense if it's the aunt's friend. Because it could be someone that they saw in their childhood that they just didn't know was missing. It could be someone else's mom. Like, it could be one of the characters' moms. What do you mean, why do they have to be missing? Because it's the mystery woman. It's the mystery woman. So she has to potentially be dead or missing with them. So she's essentially wherever the parents are. No, girl. No, we're talking about who is the mystery woman. Like, who in relation to who in relation to the main character is the mystery woman? We've finished this point already. We're just trying to figure out who the mystery woman is. That's why I'm saying it could be the aunt's friend. It could be one of the other characters' moms. It has to be someone who we're not going to notice missing for years on end. Like someone you've seen in your childhood who you know, but you haven't seen recently. It could be a teacher from childhood. That would also make sense. No, you would notice if the babysitter went missing. I feel like if the babysitter went missing at the exact same time the parents go missing, that's too suspicious. No, it has to be someone who is missing. could be someone from church. It can't be someone who's too distant. So it can't be like the milk lady or like a person at the store. It has to be someone who the main character would know well enough that they would recognize them and they're familiar with this person, but not so familiar that they see them on a regular basis and they know what they're doing in their day-to-day life, or they talk to them. So I think childhood teacher, friend's mom, or the aunt's friend work the best. It can't be a tutor or a nanny or someone like that, because that's like too close to the main character. Because if that person disappears, you're gonna immediately know, because like there's not a substitute tutor generally. You would have to like fully go find a new tutor and all that shit, you know, like same with a nanny. If it's like a teacher, the school will just be like, okay, you have a substitute. The year's now over and you are moving on to a new one. Like, you swap teachers so frequently, that's not going to be as noticeable. Yes, the family friend who sees them does not know who it is. So it's not someone who's super, super close. But they're also a few years different age, so a teacher could still work, because they could have been a teacher for like only a year, and that other character is older, so they would not have been in the same class. No, because the main character didn't see what happened. So the main character can know who it is. Because they didn't see it happen, only the other friend did. But it can't be someone who's so familiar. So I think it actually shouldn't be the aunt's friend. I think it being a teacher makes the most sense. We can pick anything and make a reason for it, but following the logical train of thought helps. Exactly, Jean. That's why I think a teacher would make sense, because like a teacher who is going missing separate from these parents going missing, like it could even be a teacher who was not the main character's teacher. It could just be a different teacher who was at that school, you know, where you're like, you're gonna recognize teachers at your school even if they're not your teacher. Good night. Have a good sleep. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, coworker's too close. It has to be like an acquaintance, but like an actual acquaintance, not like, oh yeah, I see that person. No, like you actually know them. You're just not close. Maybe it's the school nurse. Maybe it's the school nurse and she was only there for temp. Like, she was only there, she was like a traveling school nurse or something. So it wouldn't be weird if she vanished. I feel like the school nurse could be an option. Because then she's not directly related to any kid. Or she could have been the school nurse for a while and she had like a transfer already put in. Because she was pregnant. She knew she was pregnant. So she would have been going on maternity leave. Hold on. She might have just been quitting because she wanted to go be a mom at that point. So she might have quit her job. Hold on. Yeah. She definitely would have just been at the point where she was already quitting her job. She was already planning to leave. So that's why no one noticed she was missing. Okay. That's it. That's it. That's what we got it, I think. Okay. Mystery woman is the school nurse who had already put in her resignation. School nurse. Main characters. School at 10 years old. Already put in her resignation because she was pregnant and going to be a stay at home mom. Okay. Gee, no. Okay. I feel like we've made a breakthrough here with the plot, chat. Let's just sit on this for a second. I think the mom is the elf. I think the main character's dad fucks elves, and that's also partly why in the option where all three of them are killed by the dad, that's why he kills all of them, is because he feels like his daughter has been soiled and it's the demon spawn that's inside or some shit like that. Yeah, exactly. And that's why he would, look at this baby. That's why he would do that. Are you Evil Keaton? Hi, Evil Keaton. Oh, Evil Keaton! Get him, monkey. And it's catnip on it. Okay, Okay, so right now we are brainstorming the, like, quote-unquote mystery plot with multiple endings. These are all of the different endings, because this is the main plot ending. Well, the answer to the mystery of the main plots for a game I'm making. So it needs to have a lot of conditions, and there's a bunch of different endings it needs to work with, and it needs to work within all of our other messy details we've already had added. No, there is no Snake King. That is a lie. Do not believe this. This is the Snake King. The Snake King. Evil Snake King.
Evil Munchie. Evil Munchie. Chip-boop-boop. Chip-boop. Get it, Munchie. Get it, Munchie. Get it, sir. Get it, sir.
They're right into his little beans.
Get it, Munchie. Give it to Bunny Kicks. Give it to Bunny Kicks, sir. Give it to Bunny Kicks. To Bunny Kicks. Give it to Bunny Kicks, Mr. Kitty.
He's like, stop moving the trash. Oh. Arnar, good night. I know, I'll probably have to go soon. It's like 10:20 right now. We've done a lot. I should go. I should. I'm gonna stream tomorrow, I think, on Teddy's account. And if you know, you know, I will also be doing a secret family stream, so, yeah, damn, it is already 10:20, so everyone should go to sleep probably, but we've uncovered more lore. I'm very excited. I will be working on this more. I'm very happy with what we came up with for TeddyChan. We came up with the layout for the profiles. I'm pretty happy with what we got accomplished in 5 hours, chat. I feel like that's pretty good. That's pretty good for being half awake. You know? Hell yeah, Jeffu. Super close, super close. Oh. Oh. My handwriting? My handwriting is so bad. Stop. The stream tomorrow will probably be like at 5-ish. It'll also be a later one. It'll probably be the same time as this one. Probably. Yeah. It is TeddyChan. It is TeddyChan. It is gonna be TeddyChan. So I can practice a little. And also, we'll probably work more on brainstorming, like, tip menu stuff, what exactly type of content. We'll probably brainstorm some more of that tomorrow, on Teddy's stream, as well as play some Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That'll probably be what we're doing tomorrow on the Safer Work stream. So, yeah. Okay, let me swap screens here. Oh wait, I promised I would let you watch the speed paints. I'll do that while I'm doing my outro here. I'll play it. So yeah. My plan for the rest of the week, I'm gonna just keep editing stuff. I'm gonna try to film a few things this week as well. Yeah. Gonna try to finally get some stuff posted. I am so far behind on posting, so I'm probably just gonna like spam post a bunch of things whenever I get them edited, just because I'm so far behind. Like, I need to post the trans bunny one, I need to post the venti one, I think I need to post the girl bunny as well. Is that the next one I have to do? I don't know. I just need to post them all. I just need to get them all done. So that's what I'm going to be working on, and then I'm going to be filming a few more things, and yeah. No, I know it's not my fault, but like, it doesn't make my schedule stop existing, unfortunately, and now I just feel bad because I'm so fucking behind on stuff, but it's not the end of the world. It's okay. It'll be fine. I'm hoping that, I think I'm gonna start with, I think I'll start by doing the trans bunny one. I'll just kind of go in order of when I need to post them. I think I'll edit in order of when they need to be posted, like the one I'm furthest behind on, and then I'll work my way through that. I'm hoping next week I'll actually be able to spend some more time, like, actually filming some more stuff. So next week I will be reaching out to people who I owe customs to, which I know that no one is in this stream right now, but when they watch the replay, hopefully they'll see this. But next week is when I'm going to be working on that. I'm going to hopefully get some of that stuff knocked out. But yeah, as you can tell, I've spent most of this last week drawing stuff. It's just been nice. It's been fun. I've been enjoying it a lot. I've literally been enjoying drawing so much I haven't even played that much Hello Kitty Island Adventure. And that's saying something, okay? I'm like 2 days behind. It's rough. I'm gonna have to play some Hello Kitty Island Adventure tomorrow to catch up.
He's back. He's crazy. He's back and he's crazy. Crazy kitten. Evil kitten. What you doing, sir? Are you being evil kitty? And he's gone. And he's up top. Evil nugget. But
yeah, I'm excited to flesh out the characters a bit more. I'm excited to work on TeddyChan a bit more. I think I'll probably do some of the art streams for TeddyChan will be like trying to work on rigging her model as well as drawing. So it's not going to just be like exclusively me drawing. It's also going to be me trying to figure out how fucking Live 2D works and figuring that out with chat. So, because I don't know how. I'm not good. I'm very bad at rigging stuff. So we're gonna learn together, hopefully. Yeah, that's my plan. We'll see how it fucking goes. I really do like how this redesign turned out, though. It's making me excited to draw the last few I've got. I'll probably design some more characters as well. Gotta make some more, like, stupid little drawings before I can do the full character, you know, but we'll have to brainstorm some more side characters, I think, so that we can actually know what they look like. And we also, I feel like we just need more characters in general to choose between. We need more variety, so yeah. I cannot decide what to do with that side of the hair. Right, rigging is so tedious. Like, I've done a bit, like, I haven't finished a whole model yet, so it'll be a process, I'm sure. But it'll work. It'll be fine. And it's a good skill to learn, so I've just been wanting to mess around with it and learn. The eyes. I'm trying to remember, did I forget to draw anything with her? I don't think I did. The way I keep turning the eyes off is freaky, though. God damn it. This is my favorite way to do shading, though, is I just choose one color, shade the whole thing, and then I just, like, duplicate it a shit ton and clipping mask it on each individual layer. It's the easiest. But you can see what I'm doing here, and then you can, like, adjust it, which blend mode looks best for which color. But it just makes it a more uniform shadow, you know? I do kind of the same thing for highlighting, too. But yeah, I wanted yellow lighting. Yellow highlight lighting, and then blue undertone lighting was my... bluish purple undertone lighting was my goal here. And then I also put it on the line art as well. But yeah. Woo! Yeah, it's sort of the same. It depends. There's like multiple ways to do the weighting in Live 2D. Live 2D is not like 3D programs at all. It's like an entirely different beast. It's so confusing. But yeah. Okay, now I showed you the speed paints. Now I can go back to this. Oh, and a final thing that's just fun. Look, watch, I did this new thing. Or look, it's, if it'll focus, look, one wallpaper, a different wallpaper. One wallpaper, a different wallpaper. All you have to do is make a... It's super easy. All you gotta do, make a new canvas that's the size of your screen, and then just do the math. Take that, rotate it, so you have like the you have the hamburger way of the canvas, and then you hot dog it. You turn it onto the side and you just put it on top, so it's that length of the canvas, right? Then you take a wallpaper that's like a vertical wallpaper, put that on the lower half, take a horizontal wallpaper, put it on top, save that, make that your wallpaper, and then when you're holding your iPad vertically, resize it when you're like setting the wallpaper, resize it so that just the vertical wallpaper is showing. And then before you save it or anything, turn your iPad to the side and then move it down so it's just the horizontal one showing, and then save it, and then you should be able to just flip it back and forth like that. Yeah. It's not official it's just like, you know when you fold the paper hamburger or hot dog? way, you know, like in kindergarten. Yeah. Okay, but French fries and pizza while skiing makes sense. It does. But yeah. It is the official elementary school art teaching terms. It is. It is. This is true. Oh god. Anyway, thank you guys for the lore stream. This was fun. We'll definitely do some more. I think we'll probably be working on lore stuff for the next future streams on YouTube for at least a month or two. We'll probably focus on lore just so we can get some more progress made. Probably won't all be on game lore. Might be Teddy lore. Might be lore for the series. Whatever it is. I'll be doing more lore stuff on here, and if not that, then I will be doing cosplay stuff. Because I want to start working on like a dedicated cosplay each month so that I can start like making progress on those as well. So, yeah. Oh, also, whenever I stream on Twitch next, I have new animated emotes on there. I added a bunch of new stuff. Munchie themed stuff. Yeah, exactly, Munchie. So there's new Munchie themed stuff on Twitch whenever I am on Twitch again. So yeah. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me, chat. It was a good stream. Take the fake glasses off now. Yeah. Go follow TeddyChan if you want to see me tomorrow on YouTube. Otherwise, I guess I'll see you on Fansly. Alright? Alright. Mwah. Have a good sleep, everyone. Have a good rest. I will see you tomorrow. Or not. And then I'll see you whenever the next surprise stream is this month. Ooh. Probably won't be next week on here, at least. Probably the last week if we do one. So, all right. Bye. See you later.